Hello, everyone. Welcome. We're doing debate reviews. In case
Yeah, we
you're
are.
new, we tend to do these every other weekend. We're here on my channel, and the opposite weekend we're on Mark's. So make sure you're
hmm
subscribed to both if you're new. This is a part 2. Part 1 was over at Mark's. It's linked in the description. So if you're very new, make sure to check that one out. Today it's good. My brain is misfiring like crazy, folks. I blame my medicine. Thank you all so much for joining. As always, I'm joined by the one and only Mark Reed, who also happens
Hello.
to have a membership for 38 months. That's a
Uh-huh.
lot of months. And membership comes with all those cool emojis and things too. Mark, how are you today?
I'm okay. I'm okay. I think I'm coming down with a cold, but it hasn't hit yet, and I've taken some painkiller for a slight headache. I'm good. I'm ready to roll. And I love this Bart Ehrman versus Bart. Actually, I saw on In Time, which is a fantastic channel. If you don't know In Time, it says a lot of depressing things about news, but Nick's cool, and you do get some laughs along the way, but. He had Richard Carrier on at one point, which is a big name to have on. Personally, I think that Bart Ehrman's probably a bit more well respected in the historical sense, but I mean, Carrier's got his following, and he's got his perspective, and mostly they fight over whether Jesus was real or not, which I honestly don't really care about. So hey, have at it, but. Bart Ehrman versus Dinesh D'Souza. I mean, that is laughably a bad setup kind of thing. And we've just seen their introductions at the moment. Yeah, I thought that. I mean, Dinesh, he kind of was a bit all over the place. Like, he really didn't have. I mean, Bart Ehrman definitely had one sort of historical points that he wanted to make and was like rattling through them. Dinesh was really all over the place. So I think he's pretty terrible.
I've been noticing that's something of a trend. And this debate is from a few years ago. It only recently showed up on YouTube, but it was originally recorded years and years ago. But I also happened to watch I'm not a huge fan of Jubilee for a bunch of reasons, but they have a debate format where they have like 2 debaters with a clock. It's like a chess clock, right? I think it's
Really?
new. I don't know the format, but it's not important. The point is they had Monty Mader debate Allie Beth Stuckey. And if you've seen Monty Mader, she is a Christian, but she's very intellectually driven. She's very fact-based, and she's a former Christian nationalist. And now she's come to realize how harmful Christian nationalism is. And
She's
so
one with the nose ring. She has sort of a
I
punk
think
look
so,
about
yeah.
her kind of thing. Yeah. She's very good. She's been popping up on my shorts. I didn't know she was still a Christian. I find that interesting. But yeah, she's
It's
got a lot
very
to.
fun. When she calls out Christians, she's
Yeah,
like, you don't actually have to believe hateful things to follow Jesus. In fact, Jesus
yeah.
kind of suggests maybe the opposite.
hmm
But so she's debating Allie Beth Stuckey, who is Allie Beth
Yeah.
Stuckey is one of those evangelical women who believes that women's rights should be stripped from women for women's own good, even though she has a giant podcast or whatever. So in this debate, it was really obvious that people who care about these subjects, people with an academic inclination, people who open a book once, show up with facts, and
Yeah.
the evangelical people show up with, but my feels though, every
Right.
single time. And we're seeing that
Well,
with Dinesh and Bart.
I mean, Allie Beth Stuckey's an interesting. She's the sort of Christian nationalist trying to get a career being an influencer, arguing that women shouldn't have careers. That is why Allie Beth Stuckey's kind of. I see her as self-defeating, right? Just like what's the name of Wilson's
Rachel?
partner? Yeah, Rachel Wilson is going on debates against Not So Erudite, right? Who's fantastic. She's amazing at debate. And it's kind of like you're self-defeating. you're really you're arguing that women shouldn't have a voice and speak up, and they should just, listen to their men and not have a career, and women should be out of the workplace as you go to do the thing that you say they shouldn't do.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Hypocrisy. It's okay though. Jesus will forgive me, or something. It's fucking wild.
Exactly. It's an exception when they do it, because they're a Christian nationalist kind of thing. I think that they mean that other people shouldn't be doing it, not them. It's sort of this really, really stupid. Like, it's just so stupid. So
It's always been rules for thee, not for me, with this crowd.
Well, yeah.
Such as we still do that in a lot of parts of our society. Like, I don't know if other countries are different, but there's a lot of places where there's no parking signs, and the penalty for parking in those places is a fine. Now, for a poor person, that means don't park there. There's a very stiff penalty. But for a rich person, that's just how much it costs to park there. And that really changes your perspective on the world. Like, the rules don't actually apply to you.
Yeah. Yeah, and actually, I saw. I forgot her name was Monty Matter, but I saw her talking about how the real big things that Christian nationalism has lost is the ability to be racist. Apparently, they had, according to her, they had like schools that were segregated, and when that was sort of overturned, they created private schools which could then segregate just fine. But then they basically, they had this thing that they determined was de facto segregation, that basically they were using economics and they were using this privatized schools to segregate anyway. And so if they were doing this de facto segregation, they got then tax exempt status taken away from them as a, non-profit, because they were basically doing what you weren't supposed to do. So, that irkled them, because then they had to let black people in. Oh my God! Like whatever we're going to do, they're going to mingle with the whites. Like, holy shit! I think it was Bob Jones University was one that was like protesting this. Like, and up until about 71, I think it was. You go, wow, holy crap! That is like only 50 years ago kind of thing. Like, what the hell? 50, 60 years ago. And they want religious sort of these things that infringe on religious freedom to, be racist and bigoted and, horrible. Yeah, I see it. It was on Jubilee, so Jubilee's kind of
Yeah, I have very mixed feels, but yeah, that was the point of the private schools, and so many of these other organizations that exist were they popped up in protest of civil rights, like the creationist movement, the whole thing with the fundamentalism, all the different flavors of American fundamentalism. Is we want to be assholes to everyone, particularly all the minorities, but we want it protected under religious freedom, even though our religion doesn't actually say those things. And they're jumping through hoops to try to like be kindergarten bullies, but escape accountability through the shield of religion. It's the same thing with all the child marriages here in the U.S. As you're probably aware, more than half of our states still allow child marriage. I think it was 35 states the last time I looked. It might be down to like 32 now, but it's more than half of them. And the reason they need child marriage is because my religious freedom. Protect the children, though. Anyway.
Yeah.
And Dinesh is a water carrier for that. So that's fun. And another note on the public schools thing, after they started to have to accept brown people into the public schools, the homeschool movement suddenly got supercharged. And that's why a lot of some of them do it because they buy all the conspiracy theories about vaccines or indoctrination in the schools and yada, yada. but some of them do it because they won't let their kids be near brown people. Like if there's
Right.
going to be brown people in every school, you're being homeschooled. Like it's just racism, you know? And that's pretty fucked up. What's not fucked up? Left-handed Jedi, member for 32 months. That is
Wow.
also a lot of months.
Mm.
So yeah, we're getting some big numbers. I appreciate y'all so much. As you know, we've been through a lot of incidents, shall we say. And the people that have been around through more than one of those, it really means a lot to me. So thank you. And Let's Farm apparently got a gift membership, but hey, got a thing to use. So hooray, go ahead and use it. That's one thing that you get with the gift memberships is not just the emoji access, but the membership super chats. So that's neat. All right. I made my brain, folks. Both of us
That's
are medicated
okay.
today. So this is going to go very well.
Well, I mean, yeah, all right, fair enough. I mean, I don't know about, a couple of ibuprofen is definitely what I'd go for medicated, but sure, technically correct. The best kind of correct.
All right, I'll bring up the show. So we're starting rebuttals. Yep. They were originally supposed to be 5-minute rebuttals. The moderator told us in between segments that they both went long, especially Dinesh. So please try to make it quick.
Mm-hmm.
As opposed to Andrew, who's been a member for 17 months.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one. I think the closings are behind the Q&A kind of thing. So I was thinking about skipping it out, but I went, it's not too long. So I decided to sort of, just roll with it. But it was a bit of a weird one, the way it was structured.
Well, I don't know. Sometimes I see closing. I remember when you and I were doing MDD together, James was asking people, would they rather do the closing before Q&A or after? Because he was leaning for doing it after to make the debaters stay through the whole Q&A.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Well, but at least he asked at the time. All right. So Bart's starting his rebuttal. This should be interesting.
Well, thank you. And Dinesh, thank you very much. It's a very, very interesting point of view and articulately expressed. I think there are several things I want to say in response. The idea that we shouldn't question suffering because, after all, God knows what he's doing and we're just finite beings and we can't really question God, that we need to be careful because God might understand even if we can't understand ourselves. I think it's a very dangerous point of view. I think it means that we shouldn't use our intelligence to try and understand why they're suffering. And Dinesh himself contradicts it because he goes on then to explain to us why they're suffering. He points out that moral evil is not God's fault. God didn't cause the Holocaust. The Nazis caused the Holocaust. Fair enough, absolutely. God did not cause the Holocaust. We agree on that. The question is, do you accept a Christian point of view or not? The Christian point of view is that God intervenes to resolve suffering and to eliminate suffering. Does he do it or not? He did it in the Bible. If he doesn't do it today, in what sense is he the Christian God?
Okay, so this doesn't actually address the whole free will issue, because that's going to be the counter to that God can involve himself with anything but free will. Obviously, Bart Ehrman is a biblical scholar. He's going to point out, hey, God didn't seem to care about free will when he made Pharaoh harden his heart, or sent dreams to people, stopping them from doing it, or stopping, like in a war, stopping the sun in the sky to let them win the war or whatever, right? Like he does all of these things, which you can sort of say, well, if God allows them to win the war, how is that free will? Like, why can't he stop the hold the sun in the sky to stop the Germans from doing what they're doing kind of thing? Like, this is the thing. He seems to in the Bible, and I get from Bart Ehrman's background of why he would go there. I think a stronger point is, though, well, what about, sudden infant death syndrome, right? What about childhood leukemia kind of thing? surely that isn't, well, somebody decided for that to happen. We've got to respect the free will of, really arsehole cancer cells come on now. I think that's a stronger argument. But, I think that the counter to it is going to be, well, in the Old Testament, he intervened, but, there was a change of covenant. He decided that, hey, he's not in the driver's seat anymore. It's Jesus, take the wheel. And, he's not doing that kind of thing like free will stuff anymore.
Jesus never got his driver's license.
Yeah, well, I mean, and so, like, the argument kind of is, well, Jesus did miracles, does miracles, but, we don't, basically all of the atrocities are, you don't interfere with them because you're interfering with free will kind of thing. Right. I don't know how that keeps with alignment with, like, somebody's in a car accident, you pray for them and they get better, which, Christians claim can happen. Isn't that sort of stopping the consequences of free will? Like, why is one okay but the other not is a question. But I don't agree with this. I think that it's sort of evident that either God can't or won't, stop these atrocities from happening. And I don't think it's because of free will, but I think that that's going to be the counter.
It's sort of the universal solvent for arguments like this. Oh, free will, or the fall, or mysterious ways, like whatever hand waving. That's apologetics, is the hand waving. It's the excusegetics, is Brian Dalton. No, was it? Yeah, it's Brian Dalton. Too many people with similar names. I had a brain flare between Dalton, the Bible guy, and Mr. Deity, and it just names people with things. Anyway, if God can harden Pharaoh's heart, and remember, if your heart has been hardened for more than 4 hours, consult a theologian, one of those. But like, he could have Moses lead the Jews out of the Egypts across the Red Sea to safety, but he couldn't lead them to safety from the Holocaust. What a guy, Like, I mean, God couldn't even do it himself back in the Exodus. He needed Moses to do it. He was like, oh, you do the miracle. You make the snakes. You make the blood. You part the Red Sea. What is this God guy doing? Like, we've got a whole bunch of fancy men in special robes and shit doing magic tricks. By that token, Penn and Teller should be our prophets today, because there's never a God in presence, like even during Bible times, you were never allowed to see the God. He had to be like inside the inner part of the temple, which had a whole outer temple built around it, and et cetera, et cetera. There was never a God there. It was just men doing magic tricks. But I digress.
How do you know? Were you there?
Were you there?
Were you there?
Left-handed Jedi might have been there, because
maybe
he sends a super chat for $5. Thank you so much, Jedi. And says women couldn't get a bank account without a man's signature until the 1970s.
Slightly untrue.
There are some exceptions.
Well, what it was that it wasn't that it was up to the bank's discretion, basically, whether they allowed women to have a bank account without a man's signature or not. Really, that's when they determined that is bullshit. You don't need a man's signature. So there's a big difference between sort of being able to and it being, and just prejudice being, outlawed, basically.
Right. I suppose it would be more accurate to say that a bank, a credit institution, or whatever the hell, could deny access to a woman because she's a woman. They might give her access, but they could deny her access without anything she could do about it. It's fucking wild. Can God make the Statue of Liberty disappear? I mean, with a long enough time span, We've seen Planet of the Apes.
Didn't a magician do that or something? Wasn't that like a Copperfield magic
David
trick or
Copperfield, yes.
something? Right. You know, and then for his next trick, he gets mauled by a tiger.
Yes. As two bears shred a whole bunch of children. No wonder the Christians have no problem with mass shooters. Killing a whole bunch of kids is biblical, I guess.
Yeah, that is
Fucking
actually
hell.
biblical. So
Morality,
yeah,
though.
so this is sort of I totally get where Bart Ehrman's coming from. It's kind of, you would have to argue that yes, God sort of had a change in stance on free will, and he had a change of stance on stopping the bad things happen, kind of thing, right? Like he has no problem in sending plagues to stop the Israelites being held slaves, but in today's society, he won't stop the Germans from gassing them. You know, where were the plagues on that one, God? Apparently, no.
He said
No,
the
not doing
Russians.
them. Apparently so. A bit late, in my opinion, but yeah.
Quite late, and also the Russians were killing Jews too. He didn't save them from them either, and also they were godless commies.
I mean, he did send the Americans. Yeah.
You know, I'm not sure that was much better either, but details. Oh my goodness. Ah, yes, Roy from Siegfried and Roy, who got eaten by a snake.
Roy, yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough,
Yeah.
I want to spend most of my time on whether we could have a world with life on it without tectonic plates. I think Dinesh's God is too small. His God cannot create a planet with life without tectonic plates. And I'd like to know why. It's not like saying that you can't have a God who can create 2 + 2 = 5. Are we really saying that God is controlled by natural laws? That's fine if that's what you want to say, but in what sense is he God? And who created the natural laws? Who made it so this planet have to have tectonic plates? What Dinesh is doing is he's describing the world as it is and saying it has to be this way because it is that way.
Yeah. No, he's got a great
But
point.
does it have
He's got
to
a
be this way?
fantastic point.
I don't.
And you would expect, if the natural laws were not the same as they are now, you may still get life, but it would be different life than us. That's the thing. Like, Dinesh is sort of saying, hey, in order to get humans, you've got to have these natural events around us that cause suffering. And the question is, why? Because we were in Eden, right? So don't forget, in Eden, it was the garden. Everything was perfect. There was no suffering because the story of Genesis introduces it when Eve eats the apple, right? Including snakes biting at humans, kind of thing. So presumably none of that happened before. There was no pain, death, suffering, all that kind of stuff. So it's not like God has to make these natural laws to make humans without suffering, because he did it before. And presumably in heaven, he's going to do it again. So it's not like he's bound. He has to do this. He doesn't. This is a punishment for some reason.
Well, it's complicated because, like, there's the natural evolution story, and then there's the Garden of Eden story, the Genesis thing.
Yes.
So I guess we'd have to, like, pick a lane and then explore down that road. But it's interesting that I mean it's a fun angle that Bart has chosen. Why is Dinesh's God so limited to have to do it this way? But it's kind of off the subject of suffering. Like, I mean, I get that it's related. Why do we need a planet full of earthquakes and volcanoes to make humans? Why can't God do it any other way? But it's not directly on the suffering issue. But it is fascinating because of that whole the God is too small thing. And that's pretty fun.
Yeah. But we know that he's not, because he did it in Eden. So you can't say, hey, in order to have us here, we have to do it this way, kind of thing. No, because we know that he did it in Eden. It's life, Jim, but not as we know it.
Don't buy the argument about a fine-tuned universe, that without this fine-tuned universe, we can't have life. What that means is our universe was created so that we can have life. Our universe is very large. There are 400 billion stars in our galaxy and probably something like 100 billion galaxies that we know about. You mean all of that was created so that we could be here? It really is all about us? It really is all about...
Okay, so I have a problem with this.
Super efficient.
Well, this is veering into a appeal to sort of a sort of argument from incredulity kind of thing. You know, like, oh, but why? You know, I find it hard to believe. I don't want to believe that this is the case. So, you know, it's sort of incredulous. I get what he's saying, though. It doesn't speak to it. Maybe God, you know, omnipotent, omniscient, omnibenevolent, just not very efficient. You know, like I don't. Yeah, it's a point, and I get why he's using it, but it is veering into sort of a you know, an argument from incredulity. And the apologetic for that one is, oh, he made all of the universe to show his glory. And it sort of goes, well, why does a God need to flex? Like, who's he flexing for? Us? Why would he care? You know, like, why would a God, a you know, unchanging, everlasting, all-powerful master of creation flex for humans? Like, go, oh, well, they got to know how powerful I am, or else I feel very insecure. You know, like, why? It doesn't seem to be, like, I don't know why that is. I think I would, instead of saying, oh, I find that hard to, I would sort of go, why? Why create all this? Like, why create, you know, stars that humans will probably never observe in their lifetimes? You know, why do that? Like, what's the point? But, you know, I think that, yeah, you know, I think it really does butt up against that whole idea that you know, God did it for us. I mean, we can't even live on the entire earth.
Yeah, that's a bit of an issue too, because my favorite apologetic for why there's so much cosmos is not so much to flex, but to inspire wonder, to show how much there is to help us understand our place in the cosmos, to give us perspective, and to give us a future to look forward to. What is the destiny of humanity? To go to the heavens. That's been in every holy book through all of time. Granted, we're being creative with the use of the term heavens, but still, it's pointed upward. It's a story that we can all get behind without doing harm to each other. You know, so that's there's ways to use it, but Dinesh's God is too small for that. It's serve me, be a good slave. Ay, ay, ay. And it also, you know, there's uncountable galaxies, hundreds of billions of stars apiece, and that's just the stuff that we know about. Like, we know that life can arise on a planet orbiting a sun-like sun at an Earth-like distance with all the various thingies, but we don't know about things that aren't like our setup. There's almost certainly something between galaxies. Maybe it's just hydrogen dust, but maybe there's stuff out there and we just don't know. And I could go on and on and on. Like, the potential for shit we don't know exceeds the total amount of shit we do know. We have a lot to learn still, but there could be other stuff out there.
Well, I think if you wanted to, like, sort of write a book and show that you're God, which ostensibly God or Jesus or whoever you're worshiping decided to do, you know, you would put in there stuff about, you know, there's all these stars which are in fact suns, you know, like, and sort of reveal the secrets of the universe in it to show that you are actually God, if you want people to believe that you're God. But the Bible does none of that, right? And the Quran even less so. I mean, don't get me started on what the Quran thinks of shooting stars. It's actually ridiculous. But you know, you sort of a way to show that you are God would be to say, hey, you know, you see the stars in the sky, there's billions of them in other galaxies kind of thing, but it does no such thing. In fact, it talks about like the dome of the heavens and things like that, which is where you get the flat earther stuff from. So, you know, and they sort of go, oh, it's metaphor. It's like, yeah, but it's not exactly cutting edge scientific knowledge either. Like, it really is limited in what it's portraying it as. So I think Bart Ehrman's 100% right. They are looking at the world around them and saying, well, God made it like this. Why is the question? Like, if he is omnibenevolent, if he is all benevolent, he is all good, then why sort of put us in this position on a earth that is mostly uninhabitable? Like, we can't live on the water. Salt does ridiculous things to our skin. Like, most of it's also too cold or too hot. We're definitely veering towards the hot side of things. We can live there. But without technology, there's such a small area that humans would be able to live on. You know, if we didn't have fire or you know, furs and things like that, you know, we'd be living on African savanna and that's it. Everything else would be, you know, we'd probably freeze to death, anything too north or too south of there. So, like, why design it that way? Why?
To make you ask questions. Efficiency. Oh my goodness.
No, you don't question God. Don't judge God or ask questions, all right? That's a graven sin. You just have to accept and believe.
So Jedi mentioned the Nancy Grace telescope, and I thought the same thing Aunt Jer did. Nancy Grace, the evangelical crime TV show person, Nancy Grace Roman, and it turns out this is a new space telescope that's scheduled for launch on August 30th. So at the end of this month, a new space telescope is going up, and I'm just finding that out now. So
wow,
this is why we have one of the best chats on the interwebs, because we're learning all this cool new shit.
Is there a lot of crime going on in the rest of the universe?
we're gonna crime watch the aliens.
Yeah.
So the big thing with this, the let's call it the Roman space telescope, because
why don't we call
both
it
Nancy Grace and
Roman?
People. What?
Why don't we call it Nancy Roman telescope? You know what I mean? Like, why Nancy Grace Roman? Like, her name was Nancy Grace Roman. You don't technically have to include the middle name, right? Why isn't it Nancy Roman?
I don't even know why we have the James Webb Space Telescope. Like, why isn't it just the Webb Space Telescope? Like, the Hubble is the Hubble. It's, you know, it's like it only needs one name. But I'm silly.
So the Webb telescope, the Roman telescope,
the Chandra X-ray Observatory, you know, like we can make that work. It's fine.
Right.
But in any case, it's got a huge field of view. And so we actually are going to try to keep an eye on the aliens. One of its functions is expanded exoplanet detection.
Nice.
So yeah, maybe we'll find some new friends.
And
then in 14 light years, we'll send a transmission, and then in 14 more years, we'll get an answer.
Yeah.
Or however far away they are, you know.
Actually, I did a flat Earth debate, and one of the things that I brought up was spin-off technologies from, because is NASA lying kind of thing, right? Like, that was the title of the debate. And so I sort of made the point that you get spin-off technologies from NASA completely in alignment with what they say that they're doing kind of thing. So, you know, if they're faking things, they should have spin-off technologies like, you know, making better special effects and things like that. But they don't. What they have for spin-off technologies is like, for instance, those firefighter outfits, you know, the full firefighter outfits that they use to handle like incredibly hot temperatures, like chemical fires and things, that they cover the entire body. That was actually developed by NASA, and they went, here, humanity, have this, because they're dealing with temperature. There
Mhm.
was a databasing system that they gave to everybody, just for free and as open source. Like it was a cloud system, the precursor to the cloud systems. And yeah, it's because they're moving data and compiling data from, probes and things. And so they that's a spin-off from it. But there's a ton of these, like the space blanket, for instance, where if you're in shock, the ambulance people will give you that silver blanket. That's a spin-off from NASA. So everything that they sort of bring out is in alignment with what they say they're doing. Like, for instance, temperature control, fire retardation, and telescopes and optics and things like that. Like, if they are working to fake all of this stuff, then they must be doing research on things that they don't need as well in order to get this technology. And I thought that was a good argument. Like, why are they,
Yeah.
why would they be researching all of this stuff if they're not actually doing it?
Yeah, it's like that old joke about the moon landing being fake, how they hired Stanley Kubrick, but he's such a perfectionist, he insisted they shoot on location.
Yeah, I have heard that. Yeah.
But there's
And
something to that. It would actually be cheaper to physically go to the moon than to fake going to the moon.
Yeah. What was another one? Hang on, I'll just look it up. I had a few of them. Cordless tools. They optimize cordless tools because you can't
Nice.
have something plugged in, right? Like when you're working on something. Water
Yeah,
filtration.
tons of stuff.
Yeah, there's
Better
a whole
solar
bunch of stuff.
Modern pizza ovens. The past, I found this out when I worked at Domino's back in college as a pizza delivery person. The oven design is from NASA because it uses thermal convection because it's way more efficient, more efficient, and it's not dependent on gravity.
Mhm. Space pizza.
Ovens will work in space.
Here's one. Memory foam.
Yes.
Yeah, because they've got to handle G-forces kind of thing. So that's scratch-resistant lenses. If they're faking it, why do they need scratch-resistant lenses?
For better
Because it
CGI.
makes sense. Yeah, exactly. But it makes sense if you are going to the moon or going to, space and there's dust and stuff that, the camera lenses would get scratched. Yeah, but it makes no sense if they are, if they're faking the whole thing. And I thought that was a really good argument. Like, what, freeze-dried food.
Yeah. Astronaut food, that was a whole thing for a while. Not many of those things survived, but Dippin' Dots, which is apparently like freeze-dried ice cream. It's little spheres of I don't know. I think I tried it once and it's not as good as regular ice cream, but like my kids love it. So I don't know.
Okay.
But it's like little tiny ice cream pellets. And anyway, it was astronaut ice cream originally. That's where that came from.
I have never heard of this thing in my life. It may be that did not make it to Australia. I'm sorry. I kind of remember space food as being, something sort of coming up, but not. I mean, freeze-dried ice cream is definitely a thing, but I don't think Dippin' Dots. I have no idea what the hell that is. Like, no idea.
They've been doing freeze-dried meals and things, dehydrated meals for a very long time. That technology's been adapted to the military and for hikers and campers and the doomsday preppers. But also, we've refined it to the point that when you rehydrate a dehydrated food, the addition of water triggers an exothermic reaction. So that's where self-heating meals come from, is that was invented for the space program too.
Right. And the thing that gets me is that NASA and other space agencies, because NASA's not the only space agency, there's multiple ones around the world. They will share with each other and share with humanity these technologies where, I mean, technically they could just say, hey, that's our technology, we're going to keep it for profit, Instead, they say, no, we're going to give this to everybody, kind of thing. It's actually, it is a wonderful thing that they share, space blanket technology. Like, I mean, how many people has that helped? And for the good of everybody, I think it's a wonderful thing that they do. And then, flat earthers come along and say, you're faking it in order to turn us away from God or something.
Yeah.
Why?
What if the space blankets are like they're peeling off the inside of the firmament, and they're like layers of the inside of the firmament to make the blanket, and so they're actually undermining creation by handing out space blankets?
Well, I mean, don't tell anybody, or else the president will have you arrested for peeling stuff off the
Yes, don't peel the liners, folks.
Don't peel the liners. Even if you are a Olympian, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm. Oh my
goodness. Yeah, so in the NIV it says, let there be a vault between the waters to separate water from water. Right? God called the vault sky. Right? So this is where they get the dome from. That's the vault that they're talking about, essentially. So and it can, like, of course we're talking about a translation here, so it can be translated as dome. This vault is sort of like an arch kind of thing. Like, if you're a god, instead of saying that, you would say God made billions and uncountable number of stars and then put planets around all of them. But no, it's not. It doesn't say that.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. There's all the ways that all the gods could have made anything resembling, like, not even prophecy, just predictions of shit we'd find, stuff that is true, that we would discover is true, we would confirm is true later. And like, all these religions have to reach so far for the most seemingly passing similarity kind of things. Like Mark mentioned earlier, the way Islam gets about shooting stars. Oh, well, it said, the iron comes from the heavens and we find nickel iron asteroids and shit. So clearly, like, it could just say there's 100 billion stars in your galaxy, bitches.
Yeah. And I mean, look at this, just for the Bible, because we are on a Christian debate here. It said God made two great lights. And this is what absolutely makes me wonder when people say the Bible is scientifically accurate. The greater light to govern the day and the lesser light to govern the night. Well, guess what? He's talking about the sun and the moon, right? Well, guess what? The moon isn't. Yeah, the moon is not a light.
Nor does it stay in the nighttime.
Well, yeah.
We just had that cool solar eclipse, and oh my goodness.
Yeah, but hang on. But when you say govern, that can be interpreted pretty loosely. Like, like it can appear in the day, but it governs the night. How is that supposed to be interpreted, right?
Like so Cruz. It's technically governing the United States while it's in Cancun.
Yeah, exactly. Like, he governs Texas, but he escapes to Cancun when there's a problem, so that's like the moon governs the night, but it escapes to the day when God feels like it should. But,
it's working on its hand.
But the moon is not a light. It's simply a reflector. It simply reflects the light. Like, it does not produce any light. And this is the other reason why flat earthers think that the moon produces cold light, this thing they call cold light. It really comes down to the Bible says so. And I mean, that's one interpretation of the Bible. I'm not saying all Christians are flat earthers. I'm just saying that if, you do interpret it as such, you can interpret the Bible as saying, hey, the earth is flat, it has a dome over the top, and the moon is actually producing light. You can definitely interpret that way.
And a lot of them do. Like, oh my goodness, it's
too many.
There are very few, and in fact, there's very few conspiracy theorists generally who don't believe in the conspiracy theory as an entailment of another narrative that they've bought into. Like, the vast majority of flat earthers are religious fundamentalists. Most of the English speaking ones are Christians, but not all of them. And you get ones in, every religion that can't be interpreted to speak about a flat earth kind of thing. And the same thing is true for everything else. Anti-vax, transphobia, moon landing denial, a lot of it. There's occasionally an atheist, but for the most part, it's just a knock-on from their fundamentalist religious beliefs.
Yeah, and actually, it reminds me, I gotta send an email back to the Muslim that I talked to on my thing. The problem was that he sort of said, "Oh, the Quran says that there is like 7 heavens and there's 7 layers of the atmosphere." Well, actually, depending on how you evaluate them, there's either like 5 or 8. Like, there's not actually 7. Like, that's the problem. And then sort of that thing of so in the Quran it says that shooting stars are demons that have been thrown to earth by Allah for eavesdropping on his conversations, which opens up a huge bag of lore that I want to know about, that doesn't go into, right? Like, it doesn't talk about this at all, but how do they get up there? What do they hear that Allah is saying? What is Allah saying that demons or devils shouldn't be able to hear him? The jinn shouldn't be, like, it opens up so many questions. But, we know that shooting stars, they're not even stars, and they're certainly not lamps, like, carried by demons or whatever. Like,
Scientifically accurate, though. Just ask Ray Comfort. Oh my goodness. Oh
yeah,
that's a whole thing. I think, oh goodness, a while back I did a video about Ray Comfort's 20 scientific arguments in the Bible and like breaking the whole thing down. I can't remember if it's public or for members or what, because it was a while ago. And then I did like a follow-up thing that was like a spoof on Ray Comfort's entire shtick. And for some reason, people did not like that. Apparently, I suck at comedy. I don't know. But it just... Ray Comfort.
Look, Ray Comfort sucks at comedy. Like, Ray Comfort, the only reason he's funny is because he's completely unaware of how funny he's being. Like, how ridiculous he's being. That's the only reason he's funny. If he was more self-aware, he wouldn't be as funny. But all of these texts, you kind of, you can sort of interpret them in such a way that it aligns with some sort of scientific, fact out there kind of thing, right? You can sort of say, oh, well, this is what they meant. They were speaking allegorically, or they weren't speaking literally, metaphorically, right? Like, they were metaphorical. And it's like, well, no, that makes it unscientific. Like, when you go to write a scientific paper, or you're doing, some sort of scientific literacy class in university, they don't say to you, look, speak metaphorically about it. Use a bit of allegory and a bit of poetry in there. No, absolutely not. That they basically really drum into students, you have to speak literally and document every single step that you've done, and not have any kind of misinterpretation. You're not aiming to make this thing, it can be interpreted literally, metaphorically, any way you want. No, absolutely not.
The fact you can interpret is that's a whole rant. I'll save it.
Yeah.
Of course, scientists have long thought that. They thought this when they thought that the Earth was the center of the universe and the sun circled around it. That was proven to be wrong. Then they thought it when the solar system was the center of the galaxy. That was proved to be wrong. It wasn't until 1929 that they realized that there were other galaxies, and now there are 100 billion of them.
Well,
Yeah.
1926, 1927, depends on who you ask. Are you looking at Slipher's paper or Hubble's and at which confirmation? It's not important, but yes, it's really recent, actually.
And the question has to be, well, if God made all of this to, show his glory or whatever, there are stars that we know are going to be there, but we can't even see. So why? Like, what's the point of that? Like, if it is made so we go, oh, look at God in all his glory. Well, there's stars that we can't see.
Yeah, it's clearly not to show us. So what up? Like, oh my goodness, there's so many things. There's so many things. Like, sometimes we're discovering bits and pieces of stuff way far in the distant past, and that's great. But like, there's things we've already missed, right? Like in billions and billions of years ago, there were blue supergiants in our galaxy. There's still a few, but they tend to only last 5 to 10 million years. They burn really hot, and then they go, they pop like bubbles. And so we missed them. We can see them in other galaxies because as we look through space, we're also looking back through time.
In time,
But like, there's a bunch of stuff that we've missed and other stuff on the other end of time that we can't even see by looking backwards. We have to figure out how to look forwards, because even if there's still something when that distant day comes, that our sun's only going to last maybe another 5 billion years if our estimates are correct. So in anything after 7 billion years, we better find another planet to go live on.
Yeah,
or
we're
our
on the clock.
descendants, rather, because we definitely won't be humans by then.
Well, we're always going to be humans. Like, we will probably have gone to be something else. Like, that's how evolution works. We're always going to be humans.
We're still fish.
We're still fish. Well, fish don't exist. Okay,
Right.
There's no such thing as fish. It doesn't exist. But there's a few arguments from the the transhumanist kind of thing that we will go to Homo mechanicus, like, for instance, like, we're going to augment our bodies with technology, and then
I like Homo sidereus.
Sorry,
Homo sidereus. It's you can have mechanical components, but your actual self lives in like a digital.
Yes, that's the one that they say will be the end result. So I don't know. I certainly am not qualified to tell what will happen in the future, but there will still be humans, kind of thing. We will just be another species of humans, and maybe that will branch out. Maybe some people will become this, and that could, speciation could occur if you do put enough sort of distance in between people. Like, I was talking to somebody sort of going, well, if people lived on Mars and lived on Earth, there, after a long time, like, definitely hundreds of thousands of years, there would be speciation, right? Like, the people suited to Mars would be different than the people left on Earth. They would have different traits that would benefit them. Maybe they're if we're terraforming, maybe they would be suited to less gravity, right? Because Mars has less gravity, right? So they might be taller and thinner, and just more suited. So this is how evolution works. And they're like, oh, well, you're making prediction that will happen, and I'm like, well, we can't predict how evolution would go, right? We can't predict that because we don't know the circumstances, environments of the future. So, like, we would have to know that there would be a colony on Mars, and the atmospheric composition, the gravity as it would be in the future, the things that they would need to survive. We just don't know. We don't know. So it's impossible to predict. But I think Bart Ehrman's making a really, really, really good point here. I think he's absolutely amazing. The fact that I get that it's always strange because you want to sort of address somebody in a debate, not all Christians or whatever, right? But Dinesh is kind of like, and Christians do this. Christians do this all the time. They basically go, "Oh, yes, I know Christians in the past said, oh, the sun goes round the earth kind of thing, because that's what the Bible suggests, that God put these in the sky, right? Now, we understand that, hey, the sun and the moon are not in the sky. Okay, they're way beyond the sky. But, you know, they'll say, oh, it means in the sky as in the heavens, as in space. Like, but when the Bible was in the past written at the time of heliocentrism was coming up, they were like, no, the Bible says they are in the sky. And they backed that, right? They said, don't question the Bible. The problem is that is not factually true. But I think that people like Dinesh are doing the same thing the geocentrists did back then with things like the origin of the universe, right? Like they're saying, hey, God created the universe, don't look into it, right? We got to stop questioning the God thing. They're doing exactly the same thing, right? Like this is, and Bart Ehrman's making this point, it stops questioning, right? It stops people from investigating. Because if God created the universe, why investigate how the universe formed, right? You might get a small subset of people that, like in the Enlightenment, went, well, we want to see how God did it, right? Because there were Christians in the Enlightenment who said, yes, I believe God did all of the natural laws, but I want to see how they work. And so basically they took God out of it to say, hey, we want to investigate this empirically, and then found all these natural laws. And Christians helped with that. Like, I'm certainly not saying they didn't. But the whole idea that God did this thing that you can't possibly understand, don't forget, Dinesh used that in his opener. He said, you can't understand why God created these natural laws. That is the death of investigation. And it's a very dangerous thing to do. Because if we just believed all of the people that said the sun and moon go round the earth, don't investigate because that's what God did, we would be very, very much less advanced scientifically, technologically than we are now. Because it would be, no, we're not going to look at that. That's God. We're on earth. Let's not go into it.
There's people making those arguments today. We shouldn't be fucking around in the cosmos. We should be putting our resources here on Earth. Never mind all the cool technology we've been getting and how much it's advancing our knowledge of all the sciences. Like, we should, don't ask questions. You know, that whole thing. It's a big risk, and a lot of people try to make that point. They're like, don't question, because you might find out the thing I've been saying is wrong, right? And that's the thing I've been saying since I started this channel, all these years, because I'm so very old, folks. When you pretend to have all the answers, you stop looking for the real answers. And also, what happens when you question the church? Well, I don't get to use that clip often enough. I need to find your technically correct clip. Because you mentioned it earlier, and it's not in my collection here.
Oh yeah, that's a fantastic. I think that's from Futurama. That's a Futurama clip. Yeah,
I have it somewhere on my computer, but I just, as many of you know, I've had several computer crashes over the years, and like, it was in my OBS, and then I had to reset up my OBS, and it was in a, I don't know if it was on my Restream account or whatever. I've moved so many different things, and it's somewhere. Maybe I'll get it back eventually, but it's not that important.
But not only that, but now physicists are saying that this universe is only one of a multiverse. Scientists claiming that, in fact, there are billions of universes. You mean that all of this was created so we could sit around and think about it? I think that
okay, so when you say scientists are saying that it's a multiverse, I think that some scientists are saying it. It's sort of, nobody has a theory of multiverse, okay? It's just hypotheses, right? Like, and it really is like, so string theory, M theory, kind of gets you there, but it more gets you to membranes than thing, and that isn't well supported as well, right? Like, so multiverse is one of those things that the math seems to work for it, but that doesn't mean it actually exists. It is just one possibility, right? Like, all they've got is mathematical equations. So without being able to test for a multiverse, it really isn't as like, so sort of saying scientists are saying this, no, not all of them. Some go, no, there is no multiverse. No, absolutely not.
And many more are simply skeptical, agnostic. They're like, well,
yes,
maybe, but we have no reason to think so at this point.
And they will argue about the most likely version of, I mean, you have sort of, Sean Carroll's parent-child universe icon, that's a multiverse that's sort of more sequential, if that's the right word for it, because without time, how can it be a sequence? But it's more like one comes from another than they exist side by side with something like, true membrane multiversal theory kind of thing. Like,
Sure.
there's tons of different types. So, there's this idea of universes being in the greater cosmos, and then whether they come after one another, or whether they are generated by another one, or whether they exist concurrently, whether, there's a whole row of different hypotheses. And I want to stress that it's hypotheses. But yes, if multiverse is correct, and, this was, what was this from? What I said, it was from about 2011 or something. It's a rather older debate or something.
Could be.
I think that's when the sort of string theory and stuff was really getting, a lot of attention. So it may just be, but the thing is that string theory and sort of M theory, it got a lot of attention in mainstream science publications, but it really wasn't pop sci, right? But it really, the physicists themselves are like, this is cool, but it may or may not be correct. I think it was blown out of proportion, like by pop sci stuff. Like, it really was blown out. Like, this is the thing, we now know this, and it wasn't. The scientists are sitting there going, well, no, it's a hypothesis, but I think a few of them touted it, but
yeah, that was one of the things that built Michio Kaku's reputation, and to some extent Neil deGrasse Tyson, is they would go on shows and be like, well, this one guy had this one theory, and some reporter for US News and World Report misunderstood it and wrote an article about it. But based on that, I'm willing to say we now know there are billions of other universes. Like, not some people think, not it's been hypothesized. Michio Kaku would get out there and be like, well, we now know that the smallest possible particle in the universe is actually a string. It's a one-dimensional, one-dimensional vibrating string from which all the emergent properties of reality are emergent properties. And it's like, no, we don't actually know that. Stop saying that, you fucker.
Yeah.
Anyway.
All about us. And I also don't think that God could not have done it some other way if there is the Christian God. Let me also point out that science, contrary to what Dinesh is saying, does not give us this view of the fine-tuned universe. If science gave us this view, then most scientists would agree with it. The reality is that most scientists don't agree with it, that we have a fine-tuned universe that was put here.
Okay, stop. So number one, that's an appeal to popularity. That is a logical fallacy, right? Like, whether or not a lot of people agree with it, I get what he's saying, that if it was a fine-tuned universe, we don't know, but most scientists would agree that it has the appearance of fine-tuning. Okay, now appearance of something and something is not the same thing. Okay, like, for instance, evolution has the appearance of design, right? Like, it looks like it's designed. And so a lot of religious people jump on it and say, see, it's all designed. No, having the appearance of something doesn't mean that is actually true. I can put my wig on and have the appearance of hair. It doesn't mean I have hair, okay? Like, we've got to understand this correctly. And it's just the mechanisms, the way that evolution works, it gives it an appearance of being designed for its location, because humans very bad at looking beyond their current generation, right? Like we have trouble looking to previous generations, future generations, and sort of extrapolating on it. I think it does give the appearance of design. I think it can. But that doesn't mean it is designed, and there's certain things that occur that you would not occur if it was designed, for instance. Now, so the appearance of fine-tuning in no way like gives you, it's like saying, well, that mirage has the appearance of water. Well, yeah, sure. That doesn't mean it's actually water, right? Like we've got to
It looks like a maple leaf.
Right. We've got to separate what our intuitions and what things at first blood, like what appears to us, what our senses originally assume something is. We've got to separate that from what actually is and can be demonstrated with logical, rational thinking. Like we've got to separate those two. And it's unfortunate. It's really unfortunate because, you know, scientists say, oh, the universe has the appearance of fine tuning. And the theist goes, oh, that proves God. And it's like, did you hear what he said? Like the fact that it's got an appearance doesn't make it actually so. And there's a number of counters for that. But I do want to point out in this, apart from, you know, it isn't a terrible argument, but I think he is veering on sort of, you know, an appeal to popularity from scientists saying, hey, the universe isn't fine-tuned kind of thing. I think he's sort of, yeah, he's really getting on that, you know, popularity thing. But I think that the bigger point that he's making that's really good is that if God has to put the universe into the way that it is, if the suffering is necessary because God cannot change the natural laws and produce us, then he is not all powerful. So I really wish that Bart Ehrman would say, hey, this violates one of the legs of the problem of evil. It violates the omnipotent part. Because if you're constraining the power of God to only be able to produce humans under these constraints, then you are constraining what you claim to be unconstrainable, the omnipotence, the all-powerfulness of the God, right? Like you've already failed the problem of evil, Dinesh, because you're saying, hey, he's not all-powerful. Okay. Fine.
There's a lot to that. But I do want to, before we get too far, point at Aunt Jer's question. What is the difference between the appeal to popularity and accepting the consensus? So you can say appeal to the consensus is a version of the ad populum. It's bandwagoning. It's saying, well, it's popular among the experts, therefore it's more likely to be true. The difference is that when you're appealing to the consensus as felicitously, you're pointing at who is saying it. Whereas when you're accepting the consensus, then you're pointing at why they're saying it. When you're using the consensus as a form of evidence, it's the evidence that matters. Like when we talk about ancient biblical texts or whatever, we might invoke Dr. Kip or Dr. Josh or Dr. Ehrman, but we're not going to just use their name as a magical invocation. We're going to say they are experts, and in their research they found this, right? So that's like, it's the evidence that matters, and the fact that they are experts in their field. That's why they reach these conclusions, because they play with all this evidence kind of stuff. It's not so much Dr. Ehrman said so. It's Dr. Ehrman found this, and this is what makes it leads us to believe this, you know, that sort of thing.
Yeah, and I think when you're talking about scientific consensus, and you're absolutely right, and scientific consensus, you're really saying, hey, the methodology of science, like, because the scientific consensus isn't like, just the majority of scientists are, you know, like ice cream or something. No, the scientific consensus is made from research and then papers being published, and a majority of the experts in that particular field publishing papers and finding a result of this is true. Even if some disagree with them, that will be the consensus of that field. So it's to do with the methodology. We're not just going, hey, almost all geologists agree that the Earth is X amount old. What we're saying is that the scientific methodology that they use will produce a result that is much more reliable than any just one person says so. So when we're appealing to the consensus, and Ember's right about this, we're appealing as to how they came to that consensus rather than, just who is coming to that consensus. But when we're talking about fine tuning, like, there is no consensus on fine tuning, scientific consensus on fine tuning. Okay, they have not investigated that. Like, nobody has published a paper sort of either proving or disproving the theory of fine tuning. Like, it just hasn't. There are too many unknowns to it. So scientists have their opinions. They may even publish papers on whether they think it's likely or unlikely, but there is no scientific consensus on fine tuning. So sort of saying most scientists believe that the universe was not fine tuned is an appeal to it's an appeal to popularity. It is.
Yeah, I mean, it's if you want to break it down rhetorically, it's got a couple of hand waves built in that can kind of give you a hint that it's not epistemologically sound, because, like, which scientists? Who are we talking about? Which experts are we appealing to? Are we asking zoologists, cosmologists, mathematicians? Right. Like, who's being asked, and what, and does their specialty influence their view on how these things work? Like, a geologist might say there is an appearance of design because, look, if you look at the tectonic plates, how beautifully they all fit together into the form of Pangea or whatever. Like, it could be designed like a jigsaw, maybe. Yeah. But if you look at an ecologist, they look at the jungle with, like, a whole bunch of dead trees and birds killing each other and shit, and they're like, yeah, this is chaos, bestie.
Yeah, absolute chaos. Yeah, and you're not wrong. And sort of, so the Christian think tanks and what could only be charitably described as sort of scientific pseudoscience people, they are famous and just ridiculous for going and getting a sort of opinion of a geologist of why evolution isn't true, or going to a mechanical engineer for asking, why life can't have come about from anything from a god. It's like, why would a mechanical engineer be the authority on that? I don't understand.
Yeah, we do. There's very few creationists who will speak inside their own field, like Jason Lisle, astrophysicist. He talks a lot about evolution, but he will talk about physics from time to time. He has that idea that the speed of light is infinite, heading towards Earth completely arbitrarily. Like, which direction is towards Earth? Well, it's relative, so we're just making it up as we go along, I guess. But most of them are very out of their field.
So who was the other guy? Sure. There was another astrophysicist who said, no, you can't change the speed of light, must be a miracle. And he's the most honest one I have seen from the young earthers. Right? Yeah, like, absolutely.
What's his last name? Faulkner.
I can't remember. Faulkner, Danny Faulkner. Yeah. At least he's honest and says, no, you can't change the speed of light. It's got to be a miracle outside of the natural, world kind of thing. Yeah. It's like, okay, fair.
Yeah, you cannot change the laws of physics, Jim.
You cannot change the laws of physics. Yeah, Scotty knows. Absolutely.
Always trust Scotty. Sapphire says, I'm not sure it's realistic to expect everyone to understand all the evidence that went into forming the scientific consensus. True. You don't have to understand all of it. Of course, I'm a big advocate for always learning new things, but you can never learn everything about everything. There's too many researchers doing new research. Right. You cannot keep up. It's not possible.
If you could know everything about that field, then you would work in that field.
you'd be the best in that field, in
Yeah,
fact,
yeah,
because the people in the
absolutely.
field don't know everything about the field.
Yeah, but you know what I mean? Like, if you knew as much as the people working in that field, you'd be working in that field too, because it takes a lifetime of study. Like, people that do these things, they don't go, oh, well, I'm just going to do this as a side hustle kind of thing. That isn't what they're doing.
Yeah, for sure. But what I'm getting at is you don't have to understand all the
Correct.
intricacies of a given field to grasp the consensus. Like
Mhm.
as I'm constantly saying with skepticism, is just ask the how do you know question. Like just why do you say that? And you can get from the people who are experts a broad overview of why they've reached the conclusion they have. And if you take
Yes.
issue with it, then you can ask more specific questions about those things. Like we see with the Big Bang debates, that we used to have back in the day when debates were still respectful. You'd have somebody go, okay, well, here's why we have the consensus. We've got the cosmic microwave background radiation. We've got the abundance of light elements. We've got the time dilation. And, there's a couple other things that go into it. And they're like, these are the reasons. This is what's behind the consensus, why everybody agrees. And then you'll have the Daryl Frosts come along and be like, but what about this? Like, we don't know for sure that the abundance of light elements is due to Big Bang nucleosynthesis. It could be the particles magically popping up between galaxies, like Fred Hoyle suggested. We don't know for sure.
Yeah, but I mean, it's interesting that scientists, when asked how they know, will always tell you in length how they know that is the case. I mean, getting them to shut up about it is the challenge, not talk about it. But they will tell you in length how they know. But when you ask a Christian, how they know that God did this or that, you don't ask, right? Like, you don't ask that question. That just is the way it is.
Question.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. There's so much, but yeah, it is a really good question, Andrew. I realize tangents upon tangents, but it is an important question, because how do we distinguish between what's the fallacy and what's the valid use of consensus, and why? That's the most important, is why, So yeah.
Yeah. Yep. It's not what you know, it's how you know it.
If the universe was made differently, we may not be here to ask the question of why we're here. That does not mean, however, that the universe was made precisely so we could be here. It just means that this is how it is, and we should be grateful for it and stand in awe of the wonder of it all. Thank you.
Okay, I guess
I kind of dislike. I know I've been really hard on Bart Ehrman this debate. I really dislike this sort of, the wonder of it all kind of thing. I would rather he say something like, you don't need to think there is a God in order to have wonder at the universe kind of thing. Like, it really is. I think that a lot of the Christians out there, they like these stories kind of thing. They really are, that they want a good story kind of stuff. And I think Dawkins, I mean, don't like Dawkins, but he pointed out that sort of the story of humanity is the greatest story ever told. Like the heavy elements being formed by dying stars, the shaping of the earth, evolution, to lead up to where you are, is just such a you don't need a God inserted to show wonder at how that all occurred. It's wondrous by itself. It is the best story and is also true. It has that going for it, and is also supported by real evidence. Like the story of humanity is one that is just of nature in general, is an incredible story. And we don't need to go, oh, well, we don't have God, it's kind of mundane and stuff. No, it's an incredible story. And I think what we need to do is sort of express where we can go from, like the possibilities that we can unravel before us. Like you said, Ember, 5 billion years on the clock for the sun. Where do you think humanity will be in that time? possibly extinct. We don't know.
It's a crazy amount of time.
Right.
I mean,
And, you know, by then we will either be extinct or presumably figure out some way to leave this solar system. And, you know, from my point of view, that would be amazing. I won't be around to see it, but that's okay. It's still like, that's what I want to work towards. Like, that is where we go, well, we want to make things the best for our descendants so they can make things better. And we have this, you know, perhaps one day we will figure out how to leave the solar system and look at the possibilities before us. I think it's an amazing story.
For sure. And I also want to put on a slightly different note. I've been talking a lot recently about narratives, about the way people get manipulated by narratives. And that's one of the coolest things about this story is while it does evoke emotion, a sense of wonder and amazement and all this cool stuff, it doesn't require something of you. Like when you finish hearing the story, unlike a mythological tale that tells you, you know, the gods came and they had this special relationship with humans and you have to do what the god says in order to actualize your destiny, a true story doesn't have that. It's like, oh, look at all this cool stuff. And that's why we're here today. That's it. There is no destiny part. There is no obligation put upon you because of it. It's just true. And it's sometimes it's important to keep that in mind.
Thank you for being 15 seconds under 5 minutes. Dinesh, the challenge is yours.
What are the conditions that would have to exist in order for any of us to be here? If I think about my own life, what would have to happen for me to be here? Well, as it turns out, my parents would have had to meet and come together at the precise moment that they did. It turns out that they would have to, that their parents would have to meet and have children exactly at the time that they did. And even further back, if my parents hadn't moved from one part of India to another and their ancestors hadn't moved because of a famine or a drought,
what?
In other words, literally tens of thousands of conditions would have to occur. Going
Okay. He's pointing out, like, this is the stupidest.
His own life.
This is the stupidest argument ever. Because if his parents didn't meet and married other people, yes, there would be other people here, like not you, but there would be somebody else called Dinesh, maybe, you know, like So it's so stupid because he's sort of saying, oh, the chances of one parent meeting your other parent, falling in love, having children, and all of those ancestors surviving until the point that they did, it's the chance of it happening is exactly 1. Like the probability is 1 or 100%, because that's what happened. That's not how probabilities work. You may as well point out the chances of someone winning the lottery is so tiny to be almost impossible. But someone always wins the lottery. The chances of someone winning okay, so just say you've got something like a raffle, right? A name is picked from a hat, something where, you know, like the chances of somebody winning is 1, right? It always happens. I get, you know, lotto or I'm not a big lottery guy. I don't.
Yeah. We can discard the fine-tuned exceptions.
Yeah, well, I mean that's like one where there's a possibility nobody wins and it gets rolled over to the next week, kind of thing. But I'm not talking about that.
Eventually, somebody wins. Yes.
Right. I'm talking about more, say, a raffle where, you know, a person will get the prize, basically. You know, like the chances of somebody winning that prize is 1. Like it is a P equals 1. It is 100% possibility that someone will win. And you're basically saying, well, it's such a low chance I couldn't have possibly won that. Yeah, but somebody would, right? If not you, then somebody else, right? Like it's not the way that he's using this is so bad.
Yeah, he's doing what pseudoscience people often do, is he's reasoning exactly backwards because he's starting with his conclusion. If you take the very case he's making it demonstrates precisely why fine-tuning doesn't hold up. Because if you look at it, go back those 10,000 generations or whatever, if they don't have babies exactly when they do, they'll have different babies, and thus Dinesh will never happen. But there will be babies, and those babies will have babies, and so on and so on and so on. So it goes to show that Dinesh's existence isn't because the universe is fine-tuned to produce him. He's an accidental outcome because the universe doesn't have a preference. If it did, we wouldn't have Dinesh's, I should think. He's demonstrating the anthropic principle. I am here, therefore the universe must be set up to make me here. When in reality, you're here to observe the universe, because if you weren't, you wouldn't be here observing it.
Yeah.
Any of my ancestors, any of them, had been childless, I would not now exist. So all of these conditions are absolutely necessary for me to exist.
Yes.
If you change the conditions.
Oh, he's countering another argument by accident. A lot of precepts like to go with the argument of contingency, and that's technically not a strictly precept argument, but they like to use that one. And that's to say, all these things that have happened, they're contingent. They aren't necessary. But here's the thing. Since reality is real, then the things that are contingent on previous events makes those previous events necessary for the universe to be the way it is. And so Dinesh has just undone the contingency of his entire causal line by declaring them necessary. Super job, Dinesh.
Well, in philosophy, when we're talking about necessary or contingent, they're in relation to other things, right? So my parents are necessary to me, but I'm not necessary to my parents, kind of thing, right? Like they could exist and not have, right? So I'm contingent on them. So when it comes into things that are, and people are talking about sort of, God is a necessary being kind of thing and that kind of stuff. Everything's contingent except for this one necessary. They're talking about in relation to everything, right? They're talking about in relation to the origin of the universe. But we can still describe things as necessary or contingent relative to other things.
Yeah, I get that. They're trying to form a gap to shove their God into. They're trying to create a logical liminal space, saying there must be something necessary to make contingent causality work.
Right.
And,
which is the original cause.
That. They just like to say so.
Yeah, and they sort of say, well, it's the original cause or a prime mover, and they've got sort of a whole range of names for it, kind of thing. But what Dinesh is doing here is basically pointing to a whole bunch of things that are necessary for him to exist, and then saying, well, there's no reason why it had to be that way. And he's not wrong, right? I could point to this coffee cup and go, well, it was necessary for someone to decide to make this coffee cup. It was necessary for them to buy this thing. If none of that happened, this coffee cup wouldn't exist. Yeah, Dinesh. But like if there was another person instead of Dinesh, he'd be up here on the podium saying the same thing, right? Like if Dinesh didn't exist and just say Sudesh did, right? Like pseudo-Dinesh. Sudesh did. He'd be up on the podium saying, oh, look, I've got parents that broke up with the person they were supposed to marry and then marry somebody else. If that didn't happen, I wouldn't exist. Yeah, Dinesh, you've just pointed out something blindingly obvious. But that doesn't mean that a God selected for that to happen. It just means that is the thing that happened to occur.
I do also want to point out, as a matter of technique, that while it's interesting that Ehrman went off on this somewhat tangential argument about the fine-tuning, which isn't actually about the suffering, it's interesting, but that opens up the door for Dinesh to go even further off of the topic. And somebody like Dinesh, who will do anything to not talk about the topic of the debate, it's wise to keep a very tight leash on them. And opening the door to go talk about other things entirely, the debate, the actual debate, it's going to be harder to wrangle him back to the subject later. But that's just my take.
Mm-hmm.
This is not to say that nobody else would exist, but certainly I wouldn't. And similarly, it's true for each one of you. Now, what modern science is doing is taking that point and applying it to the universe as a whole. The point is not that the universe has to be this way so that, or in order for, man to exist. It's simply a way of saying that if the universe had been tuned any differently, man would not be here today to contemplate and debate it. That's all that is needed for my argument.
No, that counters your argument, Dinesh, because if your God were powerful, it wouldn't matter how the universe is set up. If he wanted there to be humans, there would be humans. The fact he's so tiny and limited that he needs these specific circumstances or he can't do what he wants means he's not a fucking God.
Yeah. Yeah, then as I said, it violates one of the prongs of the problem of evil. Dinesh is just sort of, without saying it, but like a really good question for Dinesh would be, is God all-powerful? Because from what his arguments are, it doesn't seem like it. If God's beholden, like my definition of God is any sort of transcendental agent that is powerful enough to alter either or ignore either some or all of the laws of nature. And Dinesh is basically failing that very loose definition right there. Because if God has to play along with nature's rules, and Bart Ehrman's pointing it out, like, what kind of a God is that? Not a very powerful one.
Very, very tiny weakling God. I forget how that line goes. Your gods are weak and pathetic.
Now, in some senses, Bart, while cautioning us earlier about sloppy uses of the term omnipotence, is in a sense lapsing into that error, I think, himself, by saying, surely there must be a way that God could have done it differently. So let's look at a specific example. Could God have made the Cathedral of Chartres any differently than it is, and how? Could God have used other materials? Yeah, but then it wouldn't be the Cathedral of Chartres. Could he have made it, let's say, using no physical substances, whatever? I don't see how. In order to make the Cathedral of Chartres, God needs bricks, and God needs paint, and God needs gargoyles.
He's just playing around
and God
with
needs elevation.
So here's the problem. He's just playing around with definitions. He's basically taking a distinctive building and saying that has the definition of the Cathedral of Chartres. So you're basically identifying everything that makes that the Cathedral of Chartres. I don't even know what that is. I don't even know if I'm saying it right. But anyway, that is what makes that building the building, right? And you could say, well, God could have made it an outhouse. And he's like, then it wouldn't be the Cathedral of Chartres. And it's like, correct. Like you're basically trying to violate logic here because you're saying that there is a law of identity, right? The Cathedral of Chartres is identified by these certain properties. And if you change the properties, then that's not the Cathedral of Chartres anymore, right? But he could make an identical building that is in another location or out of a different material, or one that is an outhouse, but it still counts as the Cathedral of Chartres, right? Like, because that's just a label we're putting on it. So Dinesh is kind of being very, very dodgy here because he's basically saying, well, it needs to be like that to be called the Cathedral of Chartres. God could make it differently, but if he makes it too different, we're not going to call it that. Okay, that's just a name, Dinesh. That's just a name, right? That's just a label that we're giving it. So, yes, he could make an outhouse there, and we could call it the Cathedral of Chartres.
Word games. And if there's a
word
cathedral
games.
in Chartres, then it's the Cathedral of Chartres. Maybe if things were a little different, we'd have a better cathedral. Maybe instead of bricks, it's made out of big old marble slabs or something, you know? Like, these things can go in many different ways. My goodness.
Yeah, it could be the Mosque of Chartres. Apparently so. I don't even know what this is. Like, look, it's Dinesh.
Dinesh's thing.
Yeah, it's not my fault. So it's Chartres.
Spatial dimensions.
Like it's in Chartres, France, basically. It's a very distinctive cathedral. I did not know I had to look that up, but apparently that's what it is. So it's Chartres.
Okay.
Chartres. So there's an RE on the end. So I think it's Dinesh saying Cathedral of Chartres, and it's Cathedral of Chartres. Chartres. Chartres?
Chartres.
Yeah, I'll find the pronunciation.
Hilarious
Chartres.
if Dinesh has been
Yeah,
mispronouncing this
Chartres.
whole thing.
Chartres. But he keeps saying Chartres.
Yeah. Well, in fairness, he's been in the US a very long time, and we do not pronounce the RE very well. Like, for example, Brett Favre and Notre Dame. Like, we're kind of shit at language up here, you know?
I thought it was Notre Dame.
It is.
Oh, okay.
Or the
Well, I mean,
Boston
I have to ask, because I say so many words and it's like, you pronounce that weird, and it's like, look, I'm from another hemisphere. Lay off me. All right. Just get off my case. Seriously.
Yeah. It's there's a university here in the US with like a football team. And for some reason, they're called the Fighting Irish, even though they're named after a cathedral in France, but whatever. But even though the cathedral they're named after is Notre Dame, the locals and therefore everyone in the US calls it Notre Dame. Because it's a fucking university. Like, I'm going to get worked up over it, and it's not important.
The weirdest one about that was like the religious people trying to argue that, like, try to accuse atheists of trying to burn down Notre Dame. And that was an accidental fire. Like, it's ridiculous.
I thought it was God. He wanted to redecorate.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Act of God. Yeah. No, I'm right on
Someone
board with
used
you.
the wrong incense or something. Because after all, it's the house of God. It's one of the most famous glory of God houses of God. So if there's anywhere in the universe under God's personal protection, you'd think that would be one of those locations. Maybe the Vatican, maybe Mecca, if it's a slightly different God, whatever the case may be, it'd be up there. And so not only could it have been an act of God, but for it to be an accident of humans implies God's will, right? Like it could only happen if God wanted it to happen. So it may as well be an act of God. Or there's no God watching over his temples. But I mean, that's unthinkable, obviously.
It's just such a bad argument that Dinesh is doing here, basically going, well, things can't be different because that's the way that God wants them, kind of thing. And it's like, well, you haven't actually, shown that. You're just sort of saying, hey, these things are and I think Bart Ehrman's absolutely correct. He's just pointing to the world around us and saying, look at the trees.
Mm-hmm. Okay, apparently there's a lot of okay. After I said the Fighting Irish thing, Jester says in the chat, pretty sure it's called the Fighting Irish because it used to be mostly Irish students. I had thought so too, and I was about to agree, but then that part of my brain that's like, but you don't know. You're just speculating. You're going along with the speculation. Right. So I just looked it up, and there's apparently a lot of history. So partly it's because it was a Catholic university, and the United States, we almost had a religious war between Catholics and Protestants. We decided to have a civil war instead over slavery, but we nearly had a religious war. And because Catholicism was so closely associated with being Irish and the fact it was a Catholic university, a lot of the instructors were Irish, and there was a whole thing. And so apparently Notre Dame had a bunch of different names back in the day. In 1927, their teams were called the Ramblers. But in 1927, Reverend Matt Walsh officially, the dude, he's older than he looks. He officially adopted the Fighting Irish name because that's what other teams were taunting them with. They were trying to slur them by calling them Irish. And so they went, you know what? I'm going to pull a Jesus. I am what you say I am. So we're Irish now. Now we're going to crush you.
Yeah, fair enough. Lean into it.
But there's
Lean
so
into
much
it.
more.
Sure. Yeah, lean into it. Why not? I mean, if you're gonna land on a continent and say, oh, you people are Indians, even though it's not India, sure, why not? Let's just lean into it.
Mm-hmm.
But could God have concocted that particular cathedral, that particular structure, not using those materials in some other way? And if so, I challenge Bart Ehrman to say in what way. Now, what about miracles? What about interventions? Notice that Jesus heals the blind man, but he doesn't heal.
Now we're going to talk about something else that isn't actually about suffering. I realize miracles can go to curing, reducing suffering in specific people, but that's not really the subject. Why is there suffering that needs healing in the first place? But whatever. I'll let him go on.
Blindness. Bart says that in the Bible, God is constantly intervening. He did it to remove suffering. But the Bible is an unending tale of the woe of the Israelites. God does not, in fact, remove all their suffering. He intervenes occasionally, but most of the time he lets them suffer. Most of the time the Israelites are complaining that God is not. All the Psalms are full of laments. God, you're not doing anything to remove suffering. So what about miracles? It seems to me that when you look at the miracles in the Bible,
God not doing anything about suffering is proof that suffering's not a problem. Like
I don't understand. Like the people are going, oh, we've worshipped you and you're just letting us suffer. And he's like, well, God just doesn't step in. It doesn't answer the question of why, as a benevolent God or an all benevolent God, he would allow it to happen. He's just like, yeah, sure, bet. Go for it.
Was it you? Someone recently covered a video where an apologist was saying there is no problem with suffering because God allows suffering. Like he wants there to be suffering.
Sure.
So therefore there's no problem of suffering. Maybe it was someone else, but it rubs me the wrong way because it's like you're not answering the question. You're affirming the premise as if it's an answer.
Well, I think that if you weren't, some people, like I've met Calvinists, for instance, who just go, yeah, God does evil. He's not all good kind of thing. Like he just visits evil on us, if he decides that we do, he sort of is, he's the one that defines good and evil. So sometimes he just creates and does evil to people because he believes they deserve it. It's like, well, okay, well, at least you're being honest, but that wouldn't be constrained by the problem of evil, right? Like that God just arbitrarily gives somebody suffering. That seems evil because there is intent and it is incredibly bad. But, unless you're arguing that God is all good, then it's not a problem, right? The problem is that Dinesh is sitting there going like, yeah, God makes people suffer and he's good, all good. You need to square those two somehow. And I don't see how you can do it, because if you're arguing that, like Dinesh did in the first part, in his opening, he was sort of saying, but God knows what's going to happen down the line. He knows all the outcomes, and this is actually the best thing for you. Then you have to argue that suffering is actually a good thing, right? It'll be good down the line. Because whether we determine something is good or bad or evil or good or whatever, we have to take, it's once all things have been taken into consideration, right? Like, so, doing, for instance, having to study, as you go through university and it's a hard time, you're doing a medical degree or whatever, and you have to study. It's sort of, I wouldn't say it's suffering, but it's definitely not good while you're through it. But the end result is something really good. So we say, hey, yeah, it's a good thing if you study. It's good because once all outcomes have been taken into consideration, it is a good thing to do, right? With Dinesh, he's sort of saying, well, after all facts have been taken into consideration, it is good, but it's bad that people suffer. that if it's to get you to that goal of something good, it can't be a bad thing.
Yeah, and there's that disconnect just never gets addressed. And this is
Yes.
one of my frustrations with Bart Ehrman. While he is a fantastic Bible scholar, is he's not, at least at this point in his career, he has gotten better since, but way back when they
Yes.
did this, he's not really good at isolating that disconnect and pointing at it and saying, explain, please,
Yes.
Similarly, as many of you know, I have to do physical therapy every single day, and it's
Sucks.
not good, but
Yeah,
it
is good.
my life is improved slightly by it, or it would be less good without it. Like there's suffering, but there's a reason for it. Like there's a tangible benefit from it. And I wouldn't have that benefit without the suffering. But if there were a God who could just snap his fingers and fix the problem so I don't need to do that, then the fact he doesn't, that's a problem if you want to say he's omnibenevolent,
Yes. But in that way, that suffering is a good thing because it is leading to a good thing at the end of the day, right? Like just like going to the gym or doing exercise may be, you may suffer, but it is a good result. So you say, hey, it's good that I go to the gym. He's trying to say that the suffering is good because of the outcome it leads to, but it's in fact bad that it happens. Look, you can lean into it like William Lane Craig and just say, hey, it was good. The suffering was good. And I wouldn't do that because that seems horrible and awful, but you know, plenty of Christians have made that case, and it is a stronger case because basically it says, like, Mother Teresa thought suffering was good because it makes you more holy and you'll get a better place in heaven. So the suffering, she solved the problem of evil by basically saying that poor people that suffer and, are beset by horrible ailments and suffer, that is good and holy. Horrifying, but
very horrifying. Also,
it
doesn't really fit with the theology. Like, how does suffering get you a better spot in heaven? Does Jesus forgive you harder if you've been tortured? What?
I think you can point to a couple of places in the Bible where it sort of suggests, like, sort of, blessed are the peacemakers, blessed are the meek, blessed are the people that have suffered. You know what I mean? Like, you can really sort of try to point to, hey, you have it, you are holier if you suffer. You have to do a lot of creative interpretation, but it's the Bible. If you do use creative interpretation, you can get to any belief whatsoever.
It's true. We do love poetic license with all the poetry and shit. Oh, I'm just so tickled because it keeps coming up all the councils, right? It's the inspired inerrant word of God, but every time there's a major problem with understanding a certain passage, the humans have to hold a council and vote on it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds legit. But I guess I'm just pointing out that Dinesh is not addressing the prong of God being all good. He's basically just sacrificing that to say, hey, yeah, there's suffering. Get over it.
Yeah. Like we know Dinesh, we know. I gather that he's going to try to staple it onto his previous argument and be like, this is what's necessary in order to build the cathedral. But again, he's just proving Bart's point that if your God is so weak, he can't do what he wants any other way, then he's not really a God. Now, one person who can do something, some other ways, it made sense in my head before I started. Jester, Lord of Shenaniganery, sends us a super chat for $2. Thank you, Jester. And says, I'm sorry, I chose Gesterification instead of Thanos. And that's valid. You recall we established in previous canon that Gesterification is changing a god into a not god, the opposite of apotheosis. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yep,
for those of you who missed it.
There is a definition on my Discord server and everything.
Yeah.
Which will remain there forever or until Discord shuts down, or until I shut down the server, I guess. So forever is But now it is
Yeah.
set in stone. Well, it's not set in stone, it's set in electronic medium. Okay, this
We
is
could
sounding
get a
less
stone.
secure by the second. Well, that's true.
My medicine is wearing off. But it's okay. Stop the Stupidity is here with 10 gifted
Yay!
members. Thank you so much, STS. Those went to Beard of Empathy. Fuck yeah. I just got to do earlier this week random series of events. I ended up on a TikTok live stream with Beard of Empathy, and it was neat because there were a bunch of fun callers, as in people. It was an atheist stream, and a bunch of people, you know, were good to talk to. But a precept showed up, and I made him pee his pants and run away, and it was hilarious. I wish it was a TikTok stream, and it didn't get recorded, which is unfortunate because it was hilarious. But I enjoyed it.
awesome.
Anyway, Beard of Empathy, wonderful. I can't read on my damn monitor. It looks like it says I Frizmask, but it's probably wrong. My
Yes,
apologies.
It's if Frizmask or if Rizmask. No, it's not Riz. Don't listen to me. If Frizmask.
Jake, Just Jokes 69, nice. Winscar, Ignir, Igunner. I'm so sorry. I'm mispronouncing all the names, but you know, Galifan, Offeri, and Abby Laughley, and YouTube Stabworthy. That's a cool name. Anyway, congratulations, folks. Enjoy all the fun goodies, the custom emojis, the members only content, the all the things. All the things. Have fun, poke around. I hope you enjoy. I hope you become permanent members. And thank you so much, STS, because it helps a lot. It really, really does. Like all the things you can do, all the buttons on YouTube help. The like helps. It gives the show an immediate boost in the algorithm. The share button tells the algorithm that you think other people might enjoy this content, and so it'll recommend it to more people, which is very helpful. The subscribe button is super helpful for the channel generally, and it makes me feel better. It's like validation. So I appreciate it. But financial support, thank you so much. I've been having a very hard time in a very lot of ways. It means a great deal. So thank you. And also STS with a $20 super chat. Thank you so much. STS says a little extra for the awesomeness. Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay. Right. If I was saying something, I lost my train of thought because STS brought a stop to the stupidity. I'm not saying I'm stupid, just that like my brain is not working at 100% today, folks. I'm doing
That's
my best,
okay.
folks.
That's all right. That's okay. Hey, you know, everybody has their days. I'm sure everybody has had their days where their brain is just not firing correctly. I know I have.
We need a divine court.
I think there was
Particularly in
one.
the New Testament.
There was.
There was
in
a
certain
divine
versions
council.
of
Yeah.
Yeah, the mythologies. That I mean,
Mhm.
hell, the original version of the Satan was the accuser. It was one of the divine council who was representing effectively the prosecution. When a god misbehaved, it judgment time, you know.
Yep.
Yeah.
The miracles, almost without exception, have a spiritual reason. It is not God playing limited doctor. When God heals the blind man and talks about the blind man now being able to see, it's very clear that the seeing is intended in a double way. The blind man's eyes are opened, not just in the sense that he can physically see, but in the sense that he can recognize the Son of God. He can recognize the Messiah. His inner life is changed. His spiritual
Okay,
eyes
hold
are
it. So God only cures you if he can make a sort of ridiculous double entendre about it, kind of thing. If you can make it metaphorical. So if there's no metaphor in curing me, that's why God doesn't take away my cancer. what the hell are you saying? So he didn't heal the blind man because it was a good thing to do. He did it to make a point.
Right.
Wow.
He doesn't actually care about good
Right.
or helping or benevolence. It literally, for him, it's all about his glory.
Yep.
I'm so magnificent. Fucking hell.
So apparently God isn't even not good. God isn't even good. He's not even altruistic. Like he's completely, it's transactional. You know, like if he doesn't get a point out of it, then he's not interested. You know, so if there was a blind person and he wouldn't be able to put it in a book, he'd just go, nah, thanks, you're right. I need this to make a statement in public.
Well, it's such a weird take
Wow.
because it's like surface level divine narcissism. Like, I'm only doing it if I'm getting attention out of it. But if he cured everyone, he'd be getting nonstop attention, you know? So it'd kind of work better. If he's all powerful, it's no skin off his nose.
So in other words, the universe does operate according to laws. Why? Bart says, why does the universe have to have laws at all? If God intervenes, why have laws?
It kind of reminds me of Tim Minchin's song "Thank You God," which is fantastic. If you've never heard it, it is absolutely fantastic, and it's about sort of thank you God for fixing the corneas of Sam's mum, kind of thing. Like he meets this guy in a pub called Sam, whose mum got her eyesight cured by God. And it's like, it's not that big a miracle kind of thing. Like it, you know, and he talks about how it could have been a misdiagnosis. It could have been a, you know, remission of something. It's sort of a very easily cured, you know, sort of corneal thing. It's like, it's the worst miracle ever. And if you haven't heard it, it is fantastic. Just fantastic.
God help me find my car keys. He lets
Exactly,
millions
yeah.
of children starve to death, but I found my car keys.
I think once again that fails to recognize that we need
you
laws.
had a super chat come in as well.
Did I?
Yeah.
Another one that didn't show up? I've got the one from STS. I've got the one from Jester.
Oh, did you read out the one from STS? I'm sorry. I thought you said the memberships, but not the. Sorry there. Thank you, STS. I'm behind. Maybe my brain's not working either.
As I said at the beginning, we're both medicated for the.
Well, I don't know. Ibuprofen isn't exactly medicated. Come on now. Come on. I mean, it is, but you know, it's not really gonna interrupt my thought processes. I don't think anyway.
If you want to be technical, I'm on drugs. This big old cup of coffee, caffeine.
That's true. Yes, I do have a coffee. Yeah, you're right. I am medicated. Okay.
Laws in order for free creatures to operate in the world. Imagine if the universe had no laws. Some days the sun rose and some days it didn't. Some days bullets killed people and other days it didn't. How could you operate as a free person?
That's already true though.
Yeah.
Like sometimes, like who the fuck was it? I want to McKinley, I think one of our presidents who got assassinated. He didn't actually die from the bullet. I mean, it wasn't great that he had a bullet lodged in him, but it was the doctors not washing their hands when they removed the bullet that got him an infection that killed him. You know? Watch out for those doctors.
Yeah. I you know, and it's sort of like, you know, for instance, there is stuff like some people appear to be highly resistant to HIV, and it isn't God deciding to do something. What it is it's that during the time of the bubonic plague in Europe, some people had a receptor on their cells, which due to a mutation, it didn't accept the bubonic plague receptor, and apparently the same receptor is there for HIV. So we don't want to put it to test, right?
Huh.
But some people apparently are very, very resistant to it because they do not have the receptor for it. So it's this really weird situation. Like, none of this is God. But what's he trying to say? Like, if God did miracles all the time, the outcomes wouldn't be guaranteed? Is that, like, I'm not sure what he's arguing here.
Yeah, I don't know that there's a coherent causal connection. Maybe he'll get to it, but I don't know. I'm not seeing it.
In a world where there were no predictable consequences to any actions. No way to know what would happen following a course of action you took, whether good or evil. I would argue that freedom itself requires God to move man, if you will, out of Eden and into a world of regularity, into a world where free actions can have foreseeable consequences, so that the world becomes, in a certain sense, a school of knowledge. We do think.
So we can't have miracles because
That's what he's saying.
But he started earlier talking
Yes.
about all the miracles.
Yes. That's why I don't
realize
understand the point he's
that there's
making.
no intellectual consistency for people like him, but like to do it in the same presentation is wild.
Yeah, I don't know what he's arguing. He's kind of arguing, hey, the world is consistent, so is he arguing the world has to be consistent so miracles mean something?
It sounds to me like he's saying that if God allows miracles, if God actually does hold up the universe and cause everything to happen with no regularity to it, if it isn't operating independently of divine intervention, then miracles, like, well, too many miracles would like knock over all the chess pieces or something like that.
Yeah.
But I'm speculating, right? I don't know that's what Dinesh is saying. I'm trying to like put the most logical approximate interpretation on what he said so far on it that I can. It isn't actually logical.
Right. I am baffled by what the actual point he's trying to make is, because so he's basically pointing to uniformity of nature, right? Uniformity of nature basically says that, hey, the natural laws that we see around us are consistent, that when we go and test them under the same circumstance, the same way, they will be consistent. And that seems to be the case of every single natural law we've ever discovered. Right? If there is one that is not, we haven't found one. So things do seem to be consistent, but you can't just point at that and say, well, that's God doing it. Like, he's making the assumption that those natural laws are because we left Eden and went to Earth, which is wild.
It very, very much is. On a somewhat related note, because we do love our scientific tangents here.
Mm-hmm.
There's no consensus. There seem to be two camps on the HIV resistance thing. So it's hypothesized that medieval plagues, like and including the Black Death, affected a genetic mutation called CCR5 delta 32.
Yeah, the delta
Why
32.
keep our long chains of alphanumerics to just Arabic characters, but it's fine. In European populations, because it killed off more people who didn't have that mutation, more people have that mutation now. It spread through a larger proportion of the surviving population. So it was an evolutionary selection filter. And that gene is providing resistance to HIV. The countervailing argument is that it was smallpox, actually. Like
got you.
We don't know for sure it was the plague. It could have been smallpox.
Right. Okay. But we're not going to be testing it by injecting people with HIV. I'll put it that way. That is not
Well,
going to happen.
Australia might not.
What, America will and just not tell people about it? I would not put it past your government to do that, quite frankly.
That's not
I'm
even a
sorry.
Trump thing. Surely you've heard of
Yeah,
the
I know.
Tuskegee
Yeah, absolutely. As long as
Or
it's
the
not white
Tuskegee
people it's
experiment,
happening
rather.
to. But the
Oh.
thing is that this seems to be prevalent in white people. So, then okay, I'll amend my statement. They're not going to be injecting HIV into white people.
unless they're gay.
That's
Or
true.
women.
That's true. All right.
Or-
Yeah, I'll just shut up now because there's always going to be a thing. Yeah, absolutely.
But then the world bites back, and we can learn from them for better or for worse. So there's a reason for God not to intervene, and that is for us to be able to continue as free creatures in the world. Thank you.
How does your freedom, this is a non sequitur. It really is. It's sort of saying, hey, you're free in the world because there is regularity of nature, uniformity of nature. How does that at all impact your freedom? I think he's just dog whistling, going, freedom. What are you talking about?
I don't even know if he's that sophisticated. It sounded
maybe.
like he's saying, in order for God to guarantee your freedom, God had to use the stones to destroy the stones. I mean, God had to use his miracles to remove himself from existence. God effectively doesn't exist, and that's his greatest gift to humanity. And in a way, I kind of agree, because the God that's described in the Bible, not existing probably would be the greatest gift he could give to humanity.
Possibly, yeah. I mean, but see, the thing you should be asking is, if you are sort of claiming that God made himself appear not to exist in the world, then what's the difference between a God that is trying to not show that he doesn't exist and a God that doesn't actually exist? And if you're saying, hey, he appears not to exist, well, why is it that something has the appearance of fine-tuning and then that's fine-tuned, but the appearance of no God still means there's a God? Why are we taking this thing as, on one hand, the appearance says that, oh, yes, it has to exist because it has that appearance. And then on the other hand, say, well, it has the appearance of that thing not existing, but it still does, even though it appears like it doesn't.
More double standards. And also touching on the problem of divine hiddenness, which is a completely separate problem from the problem of suffering. But
Right. Yeah.
It's a big tangled mess. I mean, for fuck's sake, y'all know by now that the fact they have to play word games, they have no choice but to play word games, is itself positive evidence that the thing they're claiming isn't real.
Mm-hmm.
We now move to that part of the evening where each of you gets to cross-examine, so to speak, the other. You can remain where you are, because I'm not leaving the podium for the remainder of the evening, I promise you. So Bart, would you start in the space of 5 minutes? I'll time it, obviously, but go ahead and ask Dinesh whatever you like.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Ooh, a cross-exam.
Cross-exam. Yeah, really good. I like it.
So, Dinesh, if the Cathedral of Chartres was made out of different material or was a different size, it would be different. It would no longer be our Cathedral of Chartres. Do you think God could have created the Cathedral of Chartres without human workers?
Yes, he could.
And could it be exactly like our Cathedral of Chartres?
Of course it could.
Yes, of course it could. God could do that.
Using the materials that are used to build a cathedral.
Yes, exactly.
So your point is?
My point is that God is not limited by having to do things in a certain way.
Yeah.
The example shows that he is.
No, he's not. He could do it without humans.
No, he's not.
Humans happen to build it. God could do it exactly the same way with divine intervention.
Right.
Yes.
So what he's saying is that people labored to build that cathedral. Okay, they got paid wages, so presumably employment's a good thing, even though they kind of suffered while building it, right? So it's a good thing because at the end of the day, they got paid and a magnificent cathedral was built and, all of this kind of stuff. Sure. But he's saying that he didn't necessarily have to inflict the labor onto those humans. He could have just done it straight away. And Dinesh is so in the source, he's not picking up on this, that he could make the end result without any humans being involved at all, right? So if you're sort of saying in order to get to the end result of a world that supports humans, he's got to put this suffering in it, then you're wrong. Because he didn't even have to put humans in it. He could have just created us last Tuesday, all fully formed with all of our memories and sort of, be perfectly suited for the environment. He didn't have to put the suffering in, right? And this goes to something that Alex O'Connor has brought up when he's talking to Christians that still believe in evolution, because there's a lot of suffering in evolution, right? A lot of animals go extinct and things like that. Like, could God have done it without all of that animal suffering? Presumably, Dinesh is saying yes. Well, then God's a freaking monster, isn't he? To design it in such a way. You're muted.
Yes. I'm still muted. The
Sorry.
dogs keep barking and all sorts of interesting things. There's a lot of, as with so many things, there's a whole bunch of rabbit holes everywhere you look. But one of the things that makes Chartres so remarkable asterisk is that there was an old Roman cathedral there and it burned down. And so in the 1100s, they built part of the modern cathedral, and then it burned down. And then they built another cathedral on the same spot. And they spent between the late 1100s to the early 1500s building on new pieces of this cathedral. So we've got like 3 different eras in human development, different civilizations, you might even say, constructing this freaking cathedral. It's got Roman basements and early Middle Ages sanctuary and nave and all that crap, and spires from the early Renaissance period. Like,
So are we saying that the Roman gods are the actual ones because they were originally built it? Is that what we're saying? Like, we should be worshipping Mars or something? Like,
I think they meant the Christian Romans, but I don't know for sure. A lot of the oldest Christian churches were originally Roman churches that just got converted when Theodosius was like, we're all Christian now,
Yep.
Could not build a cathedral of Chartres, let's say, for example, using invisible materials, or not using bricks, or not using spires.
I'm not specifying how God would do it differently. My point is that God could do it differently. God could have made this world differently, and we could still be here.
Yes.
Let me just interrupt for a second. If you have questions, now is the time. Hold up your card. Somebody will come and get it because it's kind of confusing and disruptive. But now's the time to turn to the questions.
Okay,
Forgive me, gentlemen. Go ahead.
Let me change it to a kind of a different, a related view. Do you think that God created the natural laws, or do you think that God is subject to the natural laws, or do you think both?
Nice
I
question.
think that's a fallacious way of
Nice
putting the question.
question.
Natural laws are a human description of regularities that are in the universe. Obviously, God doesn't have to create laws. God creates the universe in a certain way. We as humans observe patterns and regularities that we call laws.
Do you think that God is somehow limited by these laws, that he has to operate within these laws?
Okay. So Dinesh is conflating here. So when we're talking about natural laws, and we're not really talking about the laws of physics, what we're talking about is the natural state of affairs of the universe, right? Like the way in which it operates, the properties that it has. And we sort of call the things that we discover natural laws, like the law of gravity, the conservation of momentum, things like that. But we've got to separate the models that we make that are the theories and the actual, what we would call the ontology, the actuality of how the universe operates, because we're just describing something that's there. Now, from context, Dinesh, I would like to believe he's smart enough to know that he's not talking about laws written down in a book of physics kind of thing. He's talking about the actual properties, natural properties of the universe, how it works kind of thing. But he's basically saying, oh, they're just written laws. No, they're not. I mean, they are, but they are describing the way the universe works. And that's what Bart Ehrman is talking about. Is God constrained by the properties of how the universe functions, right? The actual nuts and bolts properties. And if he says yes, then that's not an all-powerful God. That's probably not a God at all. That's just something that naturally occurs. But if he says no, it undermines his own point, right? That God couldn't have done it any other way, because for some reason, Dinesh wanted to go down this track of, you know, there's certain way the world works, i.e. the natural properties that God cannot constrain. Now, if Dinesh was smart, he would say he can if he wants to, he just doesn't want to. That is the usual go-to for that kind of question. Why doesn't he want to in order to alleviate suffering? God works in mysterious ways. That is probably the best escape hatch for Dinesh right now. And we'll see if he takes it. But I don't know, guys. It's a very, like, Bart Ehrman just put him in a magnificently tough spot.
A big old headlock. But yeah, to me, the mysterious ways thing is a concession.
Yep.
It's saying, I give up, you know, in other words.
Yeah, I don't know.
Them the laws because he made them that way. He, in a sense, gave the universe its freedom and man his freedom. That was God's choice to do it that way. So no, I'm not undermining God's sovereignty. Yep. God could have done it a different way, but there are good reasons for God to build the world the way he did and to make man free the way he did.
But he could have done it a different way. He's not subject to these laws. He made the laws. He made these, you don't want to use the term laws. He made these ways of regularity that we observe. In other words,
that's right.
They don't lord it over him. He lords it over them. So that the idea that our way of looking at regularity, namely that this world has to have tectonic plates or else we wouldn't be here, that's assuming that God, in fact, couldn't do it some other way.
Well, the way the other way, if you will.
No. So what he needs to do is say, is having tectonic plates a good way to create the universe the way it is, or is it a bad way to do it, right? Like, he's got to get him to lean into that. The way the world is, with all of the suffering, all of the evil, all of the terrible stuff happening, is the best way he could get to his goal, right? That is the best way.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And if he because Dinesh has already tiptoed onto this argument that because God knows the outcome, he knows this is the best way to do it. So you would have to then be trapped into, well, all of this earthquakes and volcanoes and tectonic stuff is good because it will arrive at a good place, right? But Bart Ehrman is really trying to go, well, why did he choose it this way if he could choose to do it another way without all this suffering, right? And really nail him on that point. Like, why choose this way with suffering when one was available without suffering? That's what, you know, he needs to do, or get him to lean into the volcanoes and earthquakes are good.
Tasty earthquakes. No, that doesn't actually work.
Yeah.
I don't know. Something in my head is still thinking of flat earthers and pizza planets, and I blame MC Toon for that, frankly.
And I mean, Dinesh, I don't know what he'll say to, you know, why did God choose to, if he can choose it to do it without the suffering, why did he choose it to do with the suffering? There's a few ways he can go from there, but, you know, he might go back to original sin, which is great, which is fantastic for Bart Ehrman, because then he can sort of go, well, if the punishment was deserved, then all of this evil happening is a good thing, right?
It's just justice, friends. Oh my.
Mm-hmm.
It reminds me a lot of, and I know it comes up a lot in discussions like this, but the whole pure moralness, source of morality, all this shit, but the suffering's necessary. Yeah. It reminds me of our friend Eric from Skeptics and Scoundrels. His first really big video was, could God not kill children? And in it, he poses, if you've got this God described by, the Christian Bible or Christian theology or whatever the case, and he does this global flood and he kills all the children, you could be morally superior to this God by just killing one fewer child.
Yes.
Just one.
Yeah,
and
just
you're better than that God is,
Yeah, or one fewer earthquake that kills off people.
Yeah. All of these. It doesn't even have to be like stuff that didn't happen, like the global flood.
Right.
Like we could do it with one of the big old tsunamis in Indonesia, that kill hundreds of thousands of people, kill one fewer child, or just don't have that earthquake, whatever. It's so easy to be a better God than this God if you have all the power.
God not to use laws or not to use regularities would be, I would call it perpetual miraculous intervention. And that option was open to God.
No. I'm not saying there wouldn't be laws. I say there could be other laws.
But the other laws would not produce the same result.
And
That's
as you
the
know,
point.
there are scientists who think that, in fact, our laws of physics don't apply in some of the other universes.
That's right. But we're talking about, all I'm saying is if God wanted to make a world with human beings in it, he chose.
It's so cute how Dinesh pretends he understands what the other physicists are saying.
Yeah.
That's right. You have no idea what he's talking about, Dinesh. Come on now.
Chose the lawful way to do it.
But there are lots of lawful ways to do it. He didn't have to create tectonic plates.
Yes, he did.
He had to.
If God wanted to make human beings by a lawful process, he had to create tectonic plates. Now,
so he is
but
limited.
it's only lawful by the laws of nature that he made. So he could have made different laws. Like, Dinesh isn't picking up on this. Like, the thing that determines how things come out is the laws of nature, right? Like, so you say, hey, what's a good example? Oh, the background hum of the earth. Apparently there's a background hum that we've gotten used to. We don't even hear it because it's everywhere across the earth. But if you go into outer space, you notice this silence kind of thing. It's apparently very upsetting to people because they don't have this background hum, or it can be upsetting. It's like seasickness, right? Like certain people with their eardrum, they will get sick when on the ocean because their eardrum can't handle it, kind of thing. God was the one that set that to be the case, right? That follows that. So what Dinesh isn't picking up is that God could have made the natural laws to say that when a nerve is hit, you have an orgasm, right? Like there's nothing saying that in the natural laws that it has to be this way. God set that up. It could have been any way he wanted.
Oh, goodness. So very quickly, I withdraw my earlier statement about Bart. He did, in fact, isolate the disconnect, and now he's just making Dinesh chase his own tail around it, and it's beautiful, and I love it. So he did get it. Cool. I admit that. Second, Majestic Beck sends a super chat for 10 Canadian. Thank you so much. And says, will this work? What he's referring to is I've had a poll running in the chat for a little while, which I can't get to in my window right now. Okay, here it is. Boobies, are they purely based in popularity? Are they backed by solid evidence, or is more evidence needed? And we have a plurality at exactly 50% said they're solidly evidence-based, but it's not like a majority. And so I started a chat goal, because that's one of the cool things you can do in live chat. One super chat, more than $10, and I will provide evidence of booby. And that's what Beckett was up to, is will this work to provide evidence? And so I shall in fact provide evidence of booby, and I'll make myself big for a second. Behold.
That is a nice looking booby.
It is a very nice booby. And I brought it with me to NanoCon, and so many people grabbed my booby and
Wow, I hope it was consensual.
Well, that's what it was there for, but like it's so soft,
fine, then.
but also perky, and like it stands up on its own. It's
Nice.
Yeah.
I do
I
point out
fucking
you do
love
have
it.
to support it a bit if you do want it to do that, though. You do have to support that booby a bit.
Well, I mean, I can like set it on my desk or something. I can't get my desk up into the camera
Right,
view.
right.
Yeah. But yeah, it's very neat. So thank you. And I hope y'all enjoyed that. Ten says, damn it, I never thought you were talking. That's a different website. They won't let me do that on YouTube. Although I am very much the nipple person. So, you know.
Well, apparently, my wife was watching this one where this black woman got a video banned because they said there was sexual content and it was just her talking. Like there was no
happening a lot lately.
Well, she said it's because she's black, has big lips, and was wearing lipstick, like this bright red lipstick kind of thing, and that is horrendous. You know, like that is horrible.
Mm-hmm. It's there's a lot of sometimes it's people mass reporting videos. Like there's a trans woman that I did an interview with a few years ago when I was doing interviews with trans people, named Mama Meffy, and her channel got deleted recently because people reported it for sexual content, even though all she does is debate theists. Like that's her entire thing. And they were like, oh, you know, no lewd perform, whatever. It just people, you know. We've been bamboobied. I mean, I didn't lie. I did show the proof of the booby. Oh goodness. Jenny says that sucks. Meffy is a great debater. However you feel about Meffy's debate skills, it's wrong to take her channel away for that. Like nobody has to watch it if you don't like her content. It's infuriating. She is still around. She told the tale of how her YouTube account got deleted on Instagram. So you can still find her. I believe she still has a TikTok and a few other things. But like,
I don't know who that is. Who is Meffy?
Yeah.
Who is Meffy?
It's for Mama Mesistopheles.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Because like I said, she debates theists.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Bart, this is a fallacy. Let me use an example that would clarify the point. If I want to make Coca-Cola, and I have created the elements in the world, and I want to make this particular drink, I have to mix those elements in a particular way, even if I'm God. The point about omnipotence is not that God...
Yes, okay. Here's an analogy for you. You're basically saying, hey, if you want to make Coca-Cola, this is the recipe you have to follow. Yes, but it is God that made the recipe, right? The one that decided. He could decide if, you know, it's not impossible that if you mix seawater with farts, you get Coca-Cola, right? Like he made those rules. He made that recipe to be baked into actuality. So he could have made it that was the case. Apparently he's limited by these natural rules of the universe that he supposedly created.
Which is also weird because of the whole "but miracles happen though" thing that Dinesh was talking about earlier. Pick a lane, bestie. But yeah, he could have picked different ways. And why? Like,
Well, you sort of say, hey, the natural laws, or he doesn't like that, the natural properties of the universe is in order to make wine, you've got to crush grapes and then ferment them undergoing this process. But could God just turn water into wine and skip that completely? That's a good question, because we already know the answer to it, right? Or we know what Dinesh is going to say.
Mythology, anyway. Ay.
You can imagine it is omnipotence, as the word suggests, means God has unlimited power. Even if I have unlimited power, I can't make Coke in any other way. I can mix other chemicals.
Yes, you can.
If you have truly unlimited power, Absolutely, you can.
My guy, he can make wine out of water. It's like saying, well, there's no other way to make wine. Yes, apparently, according to your Bible, there is. Like, are you saying he couldn't turn water into Coca-Cola?
I mean, that is kind of what we do anyway. We just use a few extra steps and a lot of time.
Yeah, but, you know, like, he doesn't just change, you know, into Coca-Cola kind of thing,
Well,
or
it
wine. It
also
just
has-
doesn't change. That's the whole point.
It also is another problem. God isn't making Coca-Cola. Humans have to do it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's a thing that humans can do that God apparently can't even do. Like, he has
Yeah.
to follow the recipe to make Coca-Cola, but he can't. Like, humans have to do that. Maybe that's why the universe is fine-tuned for Coca-Cola. It had to be this way to make the humans who would make the
Maybe.
Coca-Cola.
I know. I really like that question. Could God have changed water into Coca-Cola? Like he changed water into wine? If you say no, then you're basically saying that God is just, he's incapable of doing miracles.
Mhm. Either whether he can do it or he can't do it, it still fucks Dinesh, and that's beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
In what sense is your power unlimited then? I'm
My
not
sense
asking
is
if there's
unlimited in the sense that the power can be multiplied. I can use more of it, but I can't, as you yourself said, I can't make 2 and 2 equal 5.
I know, but we're not talking about logical contradiction here. As I
That's
pointed
right.
out, scientists think that there are other universes that don't have our laws of physics.
That's true, but irrelevant to my point.
It's not irrelevant because it means God could create universes in other ways using other natural laws.
Yes, but it doesn't prove that there would be human beings at the end of it. No scientist that I know thinks that in an alternative universe operating by other laws, there could be human beings coming
So
out at
you
the
think
end.
the whole point really is
So no scientist Dinesh knows thinks so.
Yeah.
Like that's like multiple layers of fallacies. It's
Mhm.
incredulity, appeal to authority. It's there's a ignorance thrown in there. A black swan, 2 different kinds of black swan. My goodness, his thinking is so fucking just. It's like someone took a flow chart, tore it into pieces, crumpled it up, and wrapped it in duct tape. You know?
Right. I don't understand, you know, because he's kind of going, hey, like, but the only reason why humans came about from the natural properties of this universe is because they are uniform and that one does lead to another. But the entity that made it so that, you know, okay, that gravity isn't twice as much and it won't lead to humans, for instance. The person that made that a law, that made that solid, is supposedly a god, right? So why couldn't a god just say, hey, if this happens, then humans still come about anyway? It's putting a massive limit on his power. And so with Dinesh sort of talking in 2 sides, he's sort of, God is unlimited power, but he can't do these things. Those 2 are antithetical to one another. Like he's trying to argue both sides of it. Like he's got unlimited power, but there's things he can't do. And the only things that a maximally powerful God or an omnipotent God is logical contradictions. But there is no logical contradiction. There may be a physical contradiction, but not a logical one. Right? Like the only way there'd be a logical contradiction is if you said that something can be in the state of, say, humans exist and not exist at the same time, right? A logical contradiction. That's the only way. But different circumstances still producing humans exactly as they are now, there's no logical contradiction in that, right? There may be a contradiction of physics, there may be a contradiction of nature, there may be a contradiction of all kinds of things. But that isn't a logical contradiction. And if God can do anything that is not a logical contradiction, yeah.
Yeah. He has, well, he's a god of contradictions, right? He has unlimited power within certain limits, and he loves you unconditionally, but terms and conditions apply. You know, it's
Mm-hmm.
fuck, it's a mess.
Yeah.
Is that we're here. In other words, God created this so that we could be here.
Bart, you're changing the topic. The
Okay, well, let me
topic-
ask it then
Let's
as a
come back to our
question.
topic.
We're going to have to wrap this up in just a few seconds.
Oh,
so-
darn. Do
Well,
you,
I'll pick it up on my side because I get to
Okay.
cross-examine next.
Yeah.
So I'll
Right, like it's Bart's
Mhm.
questions. Don't be like you don't
Yeah.
get to say you're changing the topic. Let's get back to it's his questions. Fuck
His
you, Dinesh.
questions. Yeah.
let me frame the question a little differently. As I understand it, the question of suffering is the following.
He said in a few seconds. It's not your turn yet, you asshole. Oh, he's so fucking entitled, and I hate him.
Yep.
It is.
I'm sorry,
I-
are we flipping around now?
We're
to-
flipping around
Okay,
now.
before we do that, let me.
Oh
point out
yeah,
that
just
is
tell
one of
the
different-
moderator
you
what's
create
going on,
Coca-Cola, you can
Dinesh.
sue
Like
the Coca-Cola
the
company.
fucking arrogance of this guy always annoys me. No, we're flipping around now. Like you shouldn't, as one of the people debating, you shouldn't be doing that. If Bart Ehrman has some time left, at least be gracious and say, hey. Usually, what happens is that in the cross-examination, if somebody's in the middle of a question, their time runs up, you address that question and then move on, right? Like you don't just go, oh, that's it, it's all over. But notice that Bart Ehrman asked a question. He said, well, Bart Ehrman's time is almost up. And he goes, no, we're flipping around. He doesn't want to answer the question. That's why he's doing it, because he wants to avoid the question altogether.
Very transparently, like very transparently.
Yes, very transparently.
He's lucky this isn't a scored debate because I
Yep.
don't know. You know, it's crossed my mind a few times that maybe we could work up a scoring metric and score these debates as we go along. I realize it'd be nearly impossible because we tangent so damn much. But like, if we were keeping score, Dinesh would have gotten negative points for that move. That is some bullshit.
Right,
That would be a
absolutely.
penalty. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely like you can just find debate scoring rhetorics online kind of thing. So a rhetoric being, you know, a breakdown of how you would assign grades to people kind of thing. Sorry, a rubric. I'm sorry, I'm using the wrong word. Rubric, right? Like you can get those for debates, but it really like so it I think most people misunderstand them because really it's concerned with how within logic are you making, how your arguments tend to come together. It doesn't really get at like the truth of your statements kind of thing, right? Like how true are your statements? You can stand up there and bullshit all you want. That's the thing. And the debate scoring doesn't really cover it because it's only like how logical your arguments are, how you present them kind of thing, like that kind of stuff. So, you know, but absolutely, I think that he would still get a terrible grade out of all of that. Like even, you know, absolutely terrible because, you know, they look at whether your premises are leading to the conclusion, for instance. They look at how you are presenting it, whether it's convincing, whether you are confident, you know, how you conduct yourself, that kind of stuff. So, yeah, I don't know. I couldn't be bothered, to be honest with you. The thing about it is I don't mind places that score debates, but I think that I just dislike when people use them as, oh, well, I'm correct about this thing because I won the debate score kind of thing. It just is obnoxious, you know.
Yeah.
Really obnoxious.
What rubs me the wrong way is you know, we've had a couple of friends who've participated in debates on channels where they let the debate happen and then the 3 or 5 people or whatever who run the channel, they present their scores of the debaters.
Right.
And every time I've seen something like that, it's so subjective and arbitrary. Like they're not even really sticking to their own rubrics. They're going like, well,
Right.
I felt that you were, you know, mostly right, even though you weren't using facts or citations or anything. It's like what you said vibed with me, so I thought you were correct. You know?
Yes. Yeah.
Get out of here.
Those are terrible as well. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that
That's-
winning a debate, winning it on something really undermines what a debate's about, which is to sort of, you know, give an audience 2 competing ideas and let them decide which one is the more convincing or which one holds better points kind of thing. I think it really is, you know, this sort of babying of the audience, like, kind of thing. I don't mind it when they do a questionnaire on who thought who won to see, you know, what happened before and after. But, you know, scoring is just sort of, yeah, it's kind of babying, you know, like, I don't know. I just dislike it. I think it undermines the whole point of it.
Yeah, that's a big issue. A lot of people get it in their head that, like, winning a debate somehow makes what you presented true, and that's very much not how that works. Like, and in fact, there have been whole schools of debate where the entire point was to debate things on both sides that cannot be true, to move it entirely into the realm of abstract thought in order to get to the exercise of the exercise.
The simple fact, and you need to accept that. Before you leap into your part of it, Dinesh, which I will time, of course, any minute, I'd love to get those questions up here just so I can look at them. All right, forgive me, go ahead.
Let me start by asking it this way. You said that there are scientists who disagree with the idea of the fine-tuned universe. Can you name 3 such scientists?
Victor Stenger, Lawrence Krauss, and Miko, what's his name?
The Department of Education.
So what's your point exactly?
Was that the moderator?
My point is,
I guess, but also
the Department of Education.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the hell that has to do with anything. Like, so what if if Bart can name 20 or can't name any? So what? You know?
Yeah, but he's not pushing back on him. He's not saying, "Hey, it's not true that scientists don't believe the thing is fine-tuned." He's just saying, "Can you name 3?" And of course, Bart Ehrman rattles 3 off. What now, Dinesh? You've just screwed yourself.
Yeah, like what
It's
is
kind
what
of
is
that.
this? What is the tactic?
It's kind of that, like, debate chud attitude where they go in and say, "I'll bet you can't, you know, show you this," and then you show it, and then they get big mad. You know, like it. Okay. And then what they do is claim that they were testing you. You know, it was a test all along. I wasn't actually making myself look stupid by betting that you couldn't do this. I was testing you to see if you were well done. Well done.
Yes, I was just double checking that you knew. Like I knew,
exactly.
but I wanted to make
Yeah,
sure you knew.
Right. Fucking hell. So lame.
Michio Kaku. So,
Okay.
so
my point is that, and I read Victor Stenger's book, The Comprehensible Cosmos.
Yeah, he completely shows the problem with it.
No, he agrees that there is fine-tuning, but gives an alternative explanation for it. Similarly, Lawrence Krauss in his new book, which I just finished-
He says there is the appearance of fine-tuning, like it seems to be, but here is another explanation of why it could be this way, or this seems to be the more likely explanation. What Dinesh is doing is he's sort of trying to say that the appearance of fine-tuning is fine-tuning, and nobody thinks that. Nobody thinks that.
But it looks like a maple leaf.
Yeah, like that you know, sort of formation there in rock has the appearance of an elephant. Okay, but when we investigate further, it's not a fucking elephant, Dinesh. Like, seriously, stop. Like, but he's just leaving out the appearance of and just going with, oh, they say it's fine tuning, but there's a different. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
reading A Universe from Nothing does not deny fine-tuning. His point is that quantum fluctuations in a random way can produce multiple fine-tuned universes. And it's also interesting that
What?
You can roll as many dice as you want and get any number of finely tuned outcomes.
Then they're not finely tuned, you moron. Like, I don't think he knows what fine tuning is. Like, he'd used like he's like used the word random outcomes. Then it's not fine tuned, Dinesh.
That's the funniest fucking thing I've heard all day. Like, if he's
Holy crap.
if he thinks outcome means finely tuned, then
Yeah.
he doesn't know what the hell. I mean, we know he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about, but he doesn't even know.
I would just, if I had to ask him something, I would say, so it was randomly fine-tuned, Dinesh. Is that what you're claiming?
It was fine randoming. The RNG was finely tuned.
RNGesus, take the wheel.
Oh my god, that needs. If you ever open a Mark Reed merch store,
Okay.
RNGesus. Praise
You haven't
RNG.
heard that before.
No.
That's not me. That is so common among people that do role-playing games and stuff.
Huh.
RNGesus, yeah.
No. I just
That is not new. That's really old. I'm
okay.
amazed that you haven't heard it
Apparently,
before.
in fairness, I haven't been in many RPG groups in a very long time. I have a hard time finding local people, and online groups never last very long because inevitably somebody gets a new job and the whole group falls apart, you know.
Look, Jenny, my favorite shirt is one of a D20 with a 1 on it, basically, and it's got like party killer along the bottom, and I love that shirt. I absolutely adore that shirt. It's fantastic.
It's amazing. D20 shirt. Shit, I can't even remember what it says. It's from it's a past Ember shirt, and it's been in my closet for a long time. I kept it when I got rid of most of my past self clothes because it was a gift from a person, and it's nerdy and so on. But like, it's got a D20 on it, but I can't remember what the hell it says. I don't know. Maybe I'll find it for a future stream. Like, I don't want to go digging for it now, but it's not important. Anyway, nerdy stuff is cool.
The only two examples you give are of prominent atheists. In other words, you can't cite a single scientist of major repute who is not part of the small gaggle of public atheists who denies the fine-tuned universe. The fine-tuned universe is a central principle, one of the greatest discoveries of modern science in the last half century.
Yes, but
No, like, we have not discovered that.
Well, it's hard to get in a question here. Obviously, it's cross-examined, so Bart Ehrman isn't asking like, I think back at him, and this is why he saved it for then, is because I would ask him, like, can you name 3 that don't?
Right. Just throw it back at him. Like, what the fuck, man?
Scholars who develop the view of the divine universe do not do is go with the anthropic principle that you develop. And you can't deny that the only people who go with your anthropic principle are, in fact, people who are diehard theists.
Actually, that's simply not true. The anthropic universe is discussed in detail by Stephen Hawking in his book, A Brief History of Time. He's hardly a theist. Also, Stephen Weinberg, a Nobel laureate.
None of these people think that the whole thing was created, fine-tuned, so that we would be here.
Yes. So here's the thing. Stephen Hawking's actually said, if the universe is fine-tuned for anything, it's fine-tuned for the creation of black holes. Right? Like, he discussed the anthropic principle and basically said, no, it's not fine-tuned. So Dinesh is wrong. Stephen Hawking did not come out. He said it had the appearance of fine-tuning, but if it's fine-tuned for anything, it's fine-tuned for the creation of black holes. He was basically saying, no, it is not fine-tuned. Like, he doesn't agree with Dinesh.
Yeah, very, very, very much. Like, there's a lot of physics involved. Obviously, Hawking's books are pop science, but he did do some real science. Like, there's a principle involved. You've got the Hartle-Hawking model, and you combine it with the no boundary proposal, which it was developed with Hartle, which suggests that the universe has no spatial or temporal edge, which is to say there is no beginning moment because there's no end. That's what Hartle-Hawking is for. And so time becomes a spatial dimension at the same time, relatively speaking, context gets weird in this sort of thing. When we had the same symmetry break that started to fracture the fundamental forces, we started to see the same sort of symmetry break in the dimensions, the three spatial dimensions splitting off and forming, expanding in different ways. Similarly, time, because we know from Einstein that's a dimension too, also split off and is expanding in a different way. And in fact, thank RN Jesus, we could have had any spatial dimension take the role of the temporal dimension, and the temporal dimension could be spatial, because we're moving through all of them, and it's governed by the expansion of the universe itself. As I've said before, and this is where I get it from, time is expanding. Every second, we're 1 second further from the Big Bang. That's how big the universe is. If there is an edge, the present is it. We're standing on it, and it's a temporal edge. It is the present, you know? But that's
and so I just feel like
model dependent too.
Right. Well, I think we should the anthropic principle is one where you basically look around and see all the things that could produce life, and then say, well, it seems to be designed to produce life. It's basically saying, like, it's not a surprise that if life exists in this universe, that the universe will be formed in a way that would support life. Because if it wasn't formed in a way that would support life, the life wouldn't be here to observe it and comment on it. We humans wouldn't be here to observe and comment on it, right? So it had to be able to support life in order for us to look back and say, hey, this thing supports life. That's basically the anthropic principle. But what it doesn't do is account for any universe that doesn't support life, like one of the alternative universes kind of thing, either before or after this universe, or concurrently kind of in some kind of multi-dimension. It doesn't take that into account. So it's kind of this bias to look at the existence of us as the reason, like, why the universe is in the way that it is. And really, we should be looking at the universe is the way that it is because we are here to comment on it, right? Like it's sort of this problem of causality, that life exists, or we're commenting on it because life exists and the universe was formed in that way, rather than it was formed in that way for us. This has been compared to the evolution problem as well. You know, we have this anthropic principle, like that all of the circumstances were sort of guided to make humans the most prevalent species, rather than humans being the most prevalent species are looking back and saying, well, you know, that's what happened kind of thing. Like it's not, it's just mistaking the existence of something to be the intended cause of it, basically, the intended outcome of it, just because it's there.
Right. It's reversing cause and effect again. And
Right.
to borrow from Karl Popper, if you have this idea, you know, these two competing ideas, do the laws of nature force intelligent life to exist, or does intelligent life exist because of the laws? Cool. How can you tell the difference? Now that you have these hypotheses, how can you falsify one? Because if you can't falsify the idea that intelligent life like ours was forced into being because the laws were set up in just such a way, then you have an unfalsifiable idea.
Right.
And fuck you.
Yeah, and McTime brought up a really good point. There's the puddle analogy by Douglas Adams. Yes, the guy that wrote Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. He wrote Dirk Gently's, all of that kind of stuff. Fantastic author. Pretty good philosopher and thinker as well. He made a puddle analogy that if you had a sentient puddle, like just like a puddle becomes sentient, right? Like it had rained, a hole filled up with water, it was a puddle, it became sentient. And the puddle would turn around and go, hey, this puddle was made exactly for me, right? Like it was designed for me in mind because I fit perfectly into this puddle. Whereas in reality, the puddle that formed, it had to form that way because the water fills up the puddle, right? Like, so this is the anthropic principle. It's basically saying that the circumstances, like we fit into this environment around us, therefore the environment was created with us in mind, rather than we're a biological organism that changed to suit the environment. And it's a faulty way of thinking.
Yes, it's many fallacies, and the way you frame the fault in it, the way you perceive it, all of these things, it depends on which perspective you're coming from. But no matter, one way we know it's a bad idea is because no matter what perspective you look at it from, no matter what lens you use, whether you're coming at it from epistemology or physics or philosophy or puddleology, hydrology, I guess, whatever.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense in any of them. It's what Feynman used to call not even wrong. It's so wrong. It's not even in the right argument.
Yep.
What is in the right argument? Oh, at least I'm still okay with segues. Majestic
There you
Beck
go.
sends 5 joules for a treat.
Nice.
Yeah.
I still don't know
StreamYard
what joules
shows
are.
us the joules thing now. I don't know what that looks like because I'm very slow. So what happens is when a mobile user uses joules to send one of these things, you can select like different. They're basically animated super stickers, but instead of like showing up on the screen, they show up in the side chat window, which is pretty cool. But they only last a short time. But thank you so much.
I'm on desktop. It doesn't come up in that, apparently. I don't know. That's weird.
It should if you're watching at the exact moment they're sent.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah. Because I've seen them before, but usually when I'm watching someone else's stream, so I'm not like in studio or whatever.
Oh, okay. Well, I am kind of busy at the moment. I'm not 100%.
Yeah.
No, I'm trying to keep an eye on chat, but just one eye.
Yeah, I'm watching chat through. So I've got the StreamYard window open, I've got YouTube Studio open, and I've got the actual stream itself open. And honestly, I should have yet another window where I'm signed into a different account so I can see if somebody that I have blocked on my account tries to sneak into chat. That's happened a few times. And it's, yeah.
I would probably just trust my mods with stuff like that, to be honest.
I generally do, but so many people come and go, and some people don't know who's on the naughty list,
Fair enough.
It's a whole thing. Yeah.
Argument.
That's not my argument.
You said we couldn't be here unless it was a fine-tuned universe.
I'm saying the conditions have to obtain for us to be here. That's not the same thing as that the universe was created solely for us. Those are two different propositions. I'm simply saying these are the preconditions that have to obtain for this result to come out at the end. The point of whether this was done for this is secondary. I'm simply saying this must be for this to come out at the end.
And these scientists that I've talked about said, yes, that in fact, we wouldn't be here if it didn't go about it, if it hadn't happened this way. But that has nothing to do with the purpose of it all.
So I think that Dinesh is getting lost in the source, because when you say fine tuning, you're sort of saying it was tuned to produce a result. So if it was tuned to produce a result, what was the result that this God was after, Dinesh? I think he's being really disingenuous, sort of going, I'm not saying that it was tuned to produce humans, because that's absolutely what he believes. He's being really disingenuous, like pretending, oh, I never said that. You absolutely believe that, Dinesh. And if not, what was it fine-tuned for? Because using that term fine-tuning, like you don't tune a radio to get a random static. You know what I mean? Like that's not what we mean by fine-tuning. So not only is he being disingenuous, he's pretending he doesn't know what fine-tuning means.
I'm pretty sure, and that's one of the most beautiful things about debates like this, especially when you can start to pin your opponent down and show the contradictions in what they're saying. Sometimes they'll reveal they don't actually know what they're talking about.
Yep.
Dinesh.
My argument doesn't depend on the purpose of it all. Let me switch gears a little bit for a moment and talk about the Bible. You say that the Bible offers.
Oh no, Dinesh! Don't go to the Bible. Oh, Dinesh! No, you're a madman. What are you doing?
The Bible declares.
You're going to challenge Bart Ehrman on the Bible, the field which he has studied in all of his life. Okay, Dinesh, you know, can we please have a crash cart for Dinesh on this one?
Right? It's like, okay, you've been dealing with an academic on matters of physics and philosophy and logic and cosmology, and now you want to go into his specialty. Rip Dinesh.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I would say F's in chat, but I don't want to pay Dinesh respects, quite frankly.
Valid, for real. I do want to pay respects to Big Bad Mama, who dropped by to send a super chat for $3. Thank you so much, BBM. And says sending love to Ember and Mark. Yay, thank you.
Lots of love back. Big Bad Mama.
Hell yeah. I got to meet BBM at the ARC protest, not this year, previous year.
Oh, I'm so jealous. Big Bad Mama sent that latest debate candidate around, and that was great. Like, they said, hey, this guy wants to debate evolution. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. So yeah, apparently I don't know if Big Bad Mama knows this, but in his sort of debate review of how he did, he sort of said that I set him up, or his friend said I set him up by pressuring him into an evolution debate. I'm not sure exactly how I did that, like just asking him if he wanted to debate evolution apparently is pressuring somebody. But, you know, yeah. He said I was a lot of things. In fact, he said I was too highly educated. That was my problem.
Right.
That was my problem.
But you have too much education, Mark.
Yes, too much education. That's the problem.
It is. That, I mean, that's why we're trying to dismantle our Department of Education. We can't have people knowing things.
Yeah.
It's unbiblical.
Well, I think that's why you've ended up with, you know, a guy with a brain worm as the leading health expert in your country, and, you know, a podcaster as the leading law enforcement expert, and a talk show host as the leading, you know, military expert. This is what happens when you basically go, if you're too educated, it's a problem.
Though you can't trust those experts. They know things like how to apparently feed sailors on a fucking aircraft carrier. That's a current events thing. If you're not following U.S. news, don't worry about it.
Question, and you look at biblical answers to suffering, things like, you know, you're being punished for your sins and so on. But isn't it true that in none of those biblical cases does the Bible offer this as the reason why there is suffering? The Bible simply says that in this case, for these people, they were sinful, for example, and that's why they're suffering. The Bible never gives, isn't it true, a single answer to the problem of suffering.
It gives a lot of answers that are contradictory. So that, for example,
we love the contradictions. Almost like it was written by 66 different authors or something. I don't know.
Within the book of Job, Job's friends think that he's suffering because he's being punished. The author doesn't think it's because he's being punished, but it's because he's righteous. There are a number of
random, and I'm going to blame my medicine for this, but I'm curious if Dinesh and Frank Turek and the like think that Job wrote the book of Job. I'm silly. Don't mind me.
Frank Job? I don't know who that is.
Frank Turek?
Oh, Frank Turek. Yeah, I know who that is.
Yeah. You know how he and all the people in the Geisler school of the Bible is inerrant and yada yada, because they believe Mark wrote Mark and Luke wrote Luke and so forth. Do they believe that Job wrote Job?
Answers in the Bible about why they're suffering. They contradict each other, and none of them is your answer.
Right, and I think the reason for that is, to my way of thinking, the Bible, you framed a philosophical problem, and the Bible is not a philosophical.
Oh no, I don't. No, I don't think the Bible's philosophical, and I'm not a philosopher, and I don't think you're a philosopher. I'm a Bible scholar.
Right.
And so
Dinesh likes to think himself as a philosopher.
He likes to think of himself as a lot of things.
Yeah.
Answers to why they're suffering within the Judeo-Christian tradition. And I don't find any of these answers satisfying, including your fine-tuned universe, because I really don't think it answers why they're suffering. It can't be because of tectonic plates that have to be there, or else we couldn't exist.
Well, The point I want to make about the Bible, if I may, is just that the Bible is not a book of reasons. The Bible tells us God made the world. The Bible doesn't say why. The Bible tells us Jesus is the Son of God, but the Bible doesn't give proofs or reasons. The Bible
but the Bible
asserts.
throughout. No, the Bible does. Throughout, the prophets, time after time after time, say, Israel, you're suffering because you've sinned, and God is punishing you.
And
Right.
isn't the key word there Israel?
Yes, Israel. And then the whole point is God is punishing it. So the question is, why do the people of God suffer? And it's because
Well, it's not just
God is
Israel.
punishing
I
them.
mean, the Exodus makes it very clear why the people of Egypt are suffering. It's because the leader of Egypt is being a dick for whatever reason, through his own hard-headedness or being forced to be that way through God. Like, it's very clear why the plagues have beset Egypt, right? And it's not, oh, well, this is going to get you to a good outcome, or, you know, we don't know why. It's very clear why it's happening. So it's not just Israel.
These humans, they are a stiff-necked people.
Right.
Frame a last question. I just came back from a trip to Kenya and Indonesia and India.
Excuse me. We're officially out of time for this now, but I like what I'm hearing.
I like.
And since I'm the
I like
God of this universe,
I'm eager to hear this.
I'm
one too,
allowed
yeah.
to change the rules. So I would love it if you would continue
That's right.
along.
Right.
But even I
Okay.
cannot make Coca-Cola legally. But please, go ahead.
I'll just make this the last question, Bart. And to me, it's a conundrum, namely that you mentioned discovering the problem of suffering. You say in your book that you haven't suffered a lot. You've had a happy life. And yet in the book, you talk about, as you mentioned today, the Ethiopians and the Rwandans and famine and so on. Here, to me, is a
Yes.
paradox, and that is that if you actually go to those countries, the Rwandans, when they suffer, don't seem to turn away from God. The Ethiopians find that suffering pulls them closer to God. Historically, people have lived in much more terrible conditions than we have now, and they haven't seen suffering as a cause to become atheists. So it's paradoxical that you are alienated from God because of the suffering of the Rwandans, but the Rwandans don't feel that way. Why not?
Well, I think that's so bad. Like, that is ridiculous.
Very disingenuous. Like, we
Yeah.
know, we have known for generations, but psychology, anthropology, and a whole bunch of other disciplines show us that when people are suffering, they tend to rely on religion or whatever is available as sort of a life jacket of hope. Like,
Yep.
faith is the evidence of things not seen, and they don't have any evidence that things will ever get any better. And so they use faith instead so that they don't off themselves because, you know, things are not great. But also, the Dalai Lama wrote a book several years ago, translated by an American, whatever, called I believe it's The Art of Happiness or The Art of Joy. It's been like 15 years since I read it, but he talks about people in these extreme poverty conditions and how they still manage to find joy. And yet in these relatively comfortable first world civilizations, we do have happy people, but we have a lot of people who are miserable despite the fact they have a whole bunch of different comforts. Now, what the Dalai Lama is driving at is that the secret to joy is not the material possessions. Of course he is, because he's the Dalai Lama, and he's not wrong. But what he's exposing in the process is that joy comes from a focus in your life on gratitude for what you have and the gift you've received and the people in your life, and taking those things for granted that removes the possibility of having that kind of joy from your life, regardless of how much security you have in your personal experience.
Well, I think that there's a lot of reasons, and I do pay that. Like, you know, basically, trying to secure your happiness with material possessions or, you know, extra stuff, that doesn't seem to work. And, you know, a lot of people will say that doesn't seem to work. I think that if those material possessions are a catalyst to doing something else, it can be great, but I don't necessarily see that as a good way to become happy, kind of thing. I think that but his problem is that correlation is not causation, right? Like, it isn't necessarily that these people are happier because they believe in a God, or, you know, I think it's because they have a much more developed sense of community. And that is something that contributes towards people's happiness, right? Like having a community, and that's why we're here and doing this live, not just making a recording, because we have a community that we like hanging out with. you can share problems, you can share things. And yeah, maybe, don't get me wrong, it's probably a sort of parasocial relationship, sure, but it's still a sense of community where we do try and help one another and things. So there is that. But there is also, like, why don't they turn away from God? Well, one of the reasons may be it's because Christian organizations will spend a ridiculous amount of money sending missionaries to those places, looking for desperate people to convince that everything will be better after they die. And so they find people that are desperate, and atheists are not doing that, right? They're not sending missionaries to other countries to convince them that yeah, their life may be miserable, but, there is no heaven afterwards. And we know that people who are desperate are vulnerable, right? Like, that's a vulnerable person. So I don't necessarily think that, they just, get into these circumstances and stay Christian without any outside help. I think there is a lot of help from Christians to make sure that those people are turning to God. And you can also point to a lack of scientific knowledge that's taught in schools. Don't get me wrong, it's not all developing countries. Some are really good on science, some aren't. Like, some are not. And there's the whole idea of environment. Like, when you're growing up, if a country is predominantly religious, that will be the waters you swim in when you grow up. You are more likely to follow that religion. Okay. And the reason why that country is sort of predominantly Christian isn't because back in the colonialism days, they just decided that was the best religion. No. They are the survivors of the people who converted to Christianity, and the people that didn't were treated pretty badly.
Like, there's so many confounding factors. There's the fact that in different cultures than ours, there is that sense of community, and religion is part of that for a lot of people across a lot of history. It isn't the matter of a religion being true. It's that the matter of the religion being, this is the way of our people. To leave the religion is to leave the way of our people. And so you get banished. You're an outsider. But also you've got, in the more developed world, while we have all these cool medical conveniences and scientific yada yadas and so forth, we also have obligations placed upon us as a consequence. And I'm not saying that one way of life is better than the other in that respect, but one of the costs is that we're forcibly isolated from each other in a lot of ways. Like, in a tribal village, people can work together in the field or hunting or doing laundry or whatever. Whereas our way of life is much more isolated. It's, you have your washing machine because you don't have time to do the wash because you have to get to the office, and all of this is sort of nonsense, so we have an antisocial society, and that breaks down a big chunk of those bonds. And also, there's various societies dealing with similar struggles that have similar senses of community, but they believe in different religions, right? Like, look at Nigeria. It's half Christian and half Muslim. The populations have the same struggles, and neither God seems to be helping one side or the other. And that's true for a lot of different societies and a lot of different beliefs, because it's not about the God, it's about the community. If any of these gods could do what their apologists say they could do, it should be obvious. There would be a difference that benefits that group of believers over people who believe in something else, and we just don't see it.
Yeah, I saw a video recently of a guy that he does linguistics, and he speaks a ridiculous amount of languages, right? Like, just ridiculous amount of languages. And he took a guy from the Amazon to visit a major city. Now, he had problems taking him to certain cities, but eventually he apparently they would let him into Hong Kong. And so this guy who had never been to a city, like, he'd been to a town that had sort of modern stuff near the Amazon where he lived, but he went to, was it Amazon? I'm not 100% sure, but this guy went to Hong Kong, right? Like the,
Are you
and
thinking
he,
of Crocodile Dundee?
no, this was very
I'm
recently.
kidding. I'm kidding.
And the reporter, the blonde reporter in Crocodile Dundee was not a linguist, trust me. But yeah, he took him there, and it was just, his mind was blown. Like I can't even imagine what he was thinking with like the, sky bridges, and he'd never seen a tall building like over a couple of stories before, and there's these skyscrapers, like I can't imagine what he thought. But at the end of it, he's like, it was so amazing to visit, but he would rather live in the jungle kind of thing with all of the people he knew, and just, and when asked why, he sort of said, people are distracted. They're not talking to one another. They're sort of, isolated, like this feeling of isolation. And he likes being able to hunt in the jungle and talk to his family and friends and, really connect with them. There's something about that. But it's not an insurmountable problem. We just need to connect more with people around us. That's all. It's not an insurmountable problem. But the funniest thing, the best thing about it was that when he went to the city, and I can't imagine how scary it would be, right? This guy was really brave, because like, imagine going to Hong Kong when you've never seen a, 4-story building. Like, could you imagine? It's just insane. He wore a little headband with this yellow feather on it. And apparently when he was asked about it, he said, that's my tribe's, it's the feather of friendship. It means, like, in his tribe, that we're here being friendly. We're not here to harm you, kind of thing. Like, and I just, yeah, we come in peace, basically. It's his feather that shows that he has peaceful intentions, kind of thing. So he wore it, and everybody loved his feather. The guy explained, that is so lovely. Like, I just, the best thing about it was his feather of friendship. It was so good. Like, it just is awesome. I loved it.
It's that kind of shit that gives me hope for humanity.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I think I have a lot of hope for humanity. I really do. Like, I was having a conversation in the chat with, I think it was Jenny, that, like, we try to strive to make ourselves the best version of humanity we can. I think that we should, understanding that if we don't succeed, like, we just won't survive the process of evolution selecting against us. It's going to be a moot point. You know what I mean? Like, don't worry about it at all, whether humanity will survive or not, because the way that natural processes work, if we can survive, then we deserve to. If we can't, then we don't deserve to. That's the way I look at it, right? Like, all of those other extinct animals, they couldn't change to preserve themselves, so they were selected against. To think that we've, like, gone beyond evolutionary selection is just, it's wishful thinking. But the only way humans are going to do that is to stop this self-destructive tendency that we have. Because we destroy ourselves, we destroy the environment, we drop, munitions on ourselves. Like, we've got to stop, dividing ourselves and thinking that, oh, if I conquer this people over there, then I'm the winner. No, you're still going to be selected against, because it's destructive. Stop. You're making things worse, you idiots. Okay, rant over.
It's all good. It's all good.
I'd say several things. One thing, I don't feel alienated from God because I don't believe God exists. Secondly, I don't think the people who are suffering necessarily are the ones that you want to go to find out why there is suffering. In other words, there are, if you want to know why cancer is attacking your spouse's body, you go to an oncologist who may never have had cancer. You don't go to the sufferer to find out the answer to the suffering. You go to the person who.
That's a really, so I've made a similar point myself back in the day when we were still actually talking about abortion in the United States instead of just passing laws at each other. People would say things like, well, we shouldn't be consulting scientists and legal experts and human rights advocates. It should be entirely up to Christian women about whether all women should be allowed bodily autonomy. And the counter argument was, well, of course we should consider the opinions of experts. You go to literally the same thing. You go to a doctor who knows about cancer to get your cancer treated. You don't go to a cancer patient, even though they have personal experience with cancer and the doctor probably doesn't, you know?
Who has thought about it intellectually. The other thing I'll say is that it's absolutely right that people who are suffering turn to God because they find solace and comfort. And I have no argument with that at all. There are people who find that this world is such a terrible place that the only way they can get by day through day is by thinking that Jesus is coming back very soon, and that if we just hold on for a little while longer, our suffering will be resolved. There are millions of people like this. Now, that doesn't make their belief true, the fact that they find solace in it. The question is whether the belief is true or not. And so the question with suffering is it an adequate answer to suffering? It's not a question of, will this comfort somebody in the streets of Rwanda? It's a question of whether it's an intellectually satisfying answer to why they're suffering in the world.
I really don't even like the phrase intellectually satisfying. I realize that in certain contexts it has a specific meaning it's satisfying certain criteria. But the way apologists seem to use it is, am I personally satisfied by it? And that's just vibes with different words, you know. I
think there's Dinesh, if you can quickly answer that, we'll move on to the Q&A.
Well, the only problem with the analogy with the cancer cell is that in order to discover the cancer cell, you need some kind of specialized knowledge. The cancer cell is invisible to the ordinary person and only visible to the cancer specialist. What you
That's not true. We've known about cancer for hundreds and hundreds of years. Galen in the freaking 2nd century was writing about tumors and things. Like, you could argue that he was the cancer specialist of his day, but compared to oncologists today, he knew nothing, you know?
Right. And so why does the oncologist be the one to find the invisible tumor to everybody else? Could it be that they have more knowledge about the subject than everybody else? Could it be that they have the necessary training, equipment, and specialization to do so? Even if you're given all of the same equipment, could you find that tumor? No, Dinesh. This is a terrible argument. You're basically saying ignorance is bliss.
You know, if we got rid of all the police, the crime rate would drop to 0.
That's true. That's true.
seem to be suggesting is that you understand the suffering of the Rwandans better than they do.
No, I'd say that, in fact, you're saying the same thing because you've just written a book that takes a point of view that's not held by any Rwandan.
My book is not about the Rwandans, and I wasn't invoking
No,
them.
my book isn't about Rwandans either. It's about the problem of
Is there
suffering.
anybody who's written a book about Rwandans in the House? Anybody?
Both of us have a view about suffering, and neither of these views is shared by the Rwandans.
I think let's leave this for a moment here. We do want to get to the Q&A in the audience in the time we have remaining. The time just flies by. We got a lot of questions here. The good news is most of them are illegible. So I asked you specifically to please try to type the questions, and most of you have chosen to write them by hand. So I'll do my...
It turns out people in a theater didn't bring their typewriters with them. Very peculiar.
Or a printer. You know what?
Right.
You can get printers for your mobile that are very small. I'm not sure if anyone would bring one, but you can. It's very hilarious.
It's true. I've worked for a few different companies where they had one that clipped to your belt, and when a person signed a thing, you could print them a receipt right there. But also, I have a very tiny photo printer. It makes business card size photo prints, which I used to use for like mobile photography studio stuff. Like I could do a photo and have it tethered to a laptop, and then weirdly, because of the way we set up technology now, the laptop didn't have Bluetooth, so I'd have to use another cable to send it to my phone, and then use the phone's Bluetooth to send it to the printer. But the point is, I could take your photo and give you a business card size print in like a minute, and it's a sticker too. You could peel off the back and stick it on things. It was neat.
Yeah, cool.
So in theory, I could type an answer in like a text format, make it a screenshot, and send it to the photo printer. In theory.
My best. But next time.
Oh, right. Do we want to do the Q&A or do we want to like skip ahead to closings?
Let's skip to closings. We usually don't do the Q&A. I don't know if there's anything good in it. I probably should have edited it out. That's my fault.
It's all good. Yeah, I'm not sure where the closing starts.
Well, presumably they'll come to
10
the
minutes
podium
each.
kind of thing. Yeah.
Oh, right. Just look for when they're at the podium. Well, he may
Right.
not move. I don't know. Well, we can just scoot.
There you go.
Okay, they are doing podium stuff. Okay.
Yep.
So our host did lie. He did move before the end of the evening. So
Liar.
yeah, it looks like
Yeah.
we're right about there. I'll go back a
Nice.
little
Yeah,
bit
that's
more.
about it.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
beautiful.
Well, again, this has been a bit testy at moments, but I've enjoyed it, and I think Dinesh has too. I hope.
Oh,
this
my
is,
Bart
this is,
Ehrman, my
this is,
sweet
I think,
summer
how
child.
The discussion ought to.
That does not even count as a bit testy, but like considering the complete garbage I have been involved in. Oh, Mr. Ehrman, Dr. Ehrman, I'm sorry. You are so cute.
It's true. I just want to rub his head.
Yeah. Look, it's
We're
testy by
talking
his
about
standards. I get that.
arguably the most
it's
important-
relative.
Yeah. It's always a relative.
Mm-hmm.
issue that we face as human beings and that people have always faced, why there is suffering. If there's a good God who acts in this world, why is there such limited evidence of it? This is what ended up making me an agnostic about 13 or 14 years ago. I was a very conservative evangelical Christian for years. I was a very liberal Christian for years. I was a Christian for years who did not take the Bible literally, but understood it to be highly metaphorical. But even so, I think any kind of Christian, in order to be a Christian, has to believe that God is active in the world, that he intervenes, that he answers prayer. The Bible is rooted in that belief, not just ancient Israel, although certainly ancient Israel, where God acts on behalf of his people in order to save them from their difficulties.
Mm-hmm.
But it's also true in the New Testament, where Jesus time after time heals people and raises people from the dead. And it's not simply in order to prove a point about himself, it's sometimes because he feels compassion. One of the common words in the New Testament Gospels is that Jesus feels compassion, and so he heals people. I got to a point where I looked around the world and I simply didn't see it. Massive starvation, which of course is sometimes caused for because of political reasons, but for other reasons as well. Reasons that if there was a God.
It's worth noting there's a number of different reasons why the story about the loaves and the fishes made it into the Bible. A big part of it is because starvation is such a ubiquitous problem across human history.
Yes.
But by putting that in there, that Jesus can and will feed his followers, no matter what's available, it establishes a canonical expectation that Jesus can and will feed his followers. And then here they are starving.
Yep.
And that's a problem.
That is a problem. And you know what has cured, like solved a lot of starvation problems in the world? The big catalyst to solving that was fixing nitrogen as a like nitrogen synthesis for fertilizer. And the same guy that invented that invented Zyklon B.
Well, he invented Zyklon A, and the Nazis.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. He invented the poisonous gas used in World War II. So, it is the case that these technologies, they're not good and bad by themselves, and the people inventing them. I believe he took his own life after that happened. They're not really good and bad people. It's just the inventions themselves can be used for ill or good, so we better figure out what that is ahead of time. Science can't tell us what is good and evil. But, presumably God allowed it all to happen. and he didn't send him a vision of how to synthesize nitrogen. He just figured it out on his own, like, so I don't know. It's just, I get Bart Ehrman's point. If you think that a God, cares about starving people, why did it go on for so long without, why didn't he send a dream of this to somebody who can implement it earlier? Who knows?
Mm-hmm. The person, incidentally, is named Fritz Haber, and he won the Nobel Prize in Chemistry in 1918 for the Haber process, which is that nitrogen fixing process that lets us produce modern fertilizers. He's also Jewish.
Mm-hmm.
He was a German Jew, and he won a Nobel Prize for this invention that not only lifted millions of people out of starvation, but made the population boom we saw in the 20th century possible. Remember, global population was stable around 1 billion, 1.25 billion for hundreds of years, because that's as much food as we could produce. The reason we're at 8 billion now is because of the fertilizer. So he's saved so many lives and made so many more lives possible than any other single invention in history, except possibly fire. But at the same time, his other invention was used to kill his own people.
Yep.
Holy shit, what a life.
He could intervene and do something about. God in the Bible intervenes when there are wars, but he doesn't seem to intervene in wars. God in the Bible intervenes when there's oppression, but he doesn't seem to intervene when there's oppression. We live in a world in which there's injustice, oppression, poverty, starvation, natural disasters from tsunamis to hurricanes to recently tornadoes. And if one is to believe in the God of the Bible, one has to believe there's a God who answers prayer and intervenes. And I got to a point where I simply didn't see it. I'm actually not very missionary about this. I don't try and convert people to become agnostics. I think that people should follow the truth wherever they feel that it leads them. But I think they should look at the realities of our world with a very clear eye and think very carefully about them. And that people should not settle for simple answers. People should have, if they are people of faith, they should have a reasonable faith, a faith that deals with reason and with science and with what we know about ourselves and our world, and not simply accept what they were brought up to believe. In my case, that ended up leading me to become an agnostic.
Okay, so I think this is sort of veering too much into an appeal to emotion kind of thing, which, it's a closing. I get why he's doing it. He wants to explain why he sort of made the decision he did. But I think that, a part of it at least should be outlining these are the prongs of the problem of evil. Either God is not omnibenevolent, he's not omniscient and just doesn't know that this is happening, or he's not all-powerful. And I would sort of sum up by saying Dinesh seems to be leaning towards God is not omnipotent, that there is nothing logically invalid about stopping, say, half the suffering and then creating the world like that, or stopping any of the suffering. And we know he can do it because he did it in the Garden of Eden. Now, if you want to say that the suffering is there for a good result, like, for instance, it's there so we will be saved, right? Like, so we're going to be saved, then it's a good thing that we suffer, would be the argument, because it's a good thing. So I think that not going into the actual debate and just talking about why, it's not a debate about why Bart Ehrman doesn't believe in a God. It's a debate specifically on the problem of evil. So I would probably go over where Dinesh has failed in overcoming that problem of evil, rather than here's why I don't believe. But, I would do, if you were going to do it, definitely do it for part of it. But I would definitely say, hey, this God cannot exist that Dinesh is proposing. It's impossible.
Yeah, this particular one. This is a little bit on the preachy side for me. If Dinesh were doing the same thing, I'd be like, yeah, don't care. Not convincing, not part of the topic. However, I kind of get why Bart is doing it, because even though it's, appeal to emotion, appeal to consequence, all sorts of things, he's also making the case that the reason he is the way he is because of this unanswered challenge. And so it is kind of relevant after a fashion.
Yeah, I mean, it's tangentially relevant, but I probably wouldn't do this for the whole thing. I would probably point out that in order to be a rational human being, you cannot think that God has these tri-omni properties, these three properties, and also see the suffering in the world. Like, so part of sort of what we do as counter apologists is really try, like, cognitive dissonance. Like, that's what he's doing. He's saying, hey, I had cognitive dissonance. But really what you're trying to do is show people, like, trying to trigger that cognitive dissonance. How can you believe God is good and does these horrible things to people? How can you believe God is all powerful and not be able to change the laws of nature? How can you believe God is, this thing, and then he shows that he's not, right? Like, it is that case that you're trying to trigger, that these two opposite ideas that just cannot mesh with one another. So I'd like to see him do more of that, is what I'm saying. Rather than saying, hey, I saw these things, I had cognitive dissonance. I couldn't square what I thought of God with what I see around me. And I get that is, what he's talking about is cognitive dissonance. But, I think a better way is to, instead of describe your own, incept it in other people.
Yes. Make the, trigger the internal thought process. I think that's supposed to be the goal, but maybe he's trying to do it by way of empathy. Who's to say?
Yeah, which is why it's valid. Yeah.
Yeah.
Believe that Christians are the only ones who are concerned about suffering. I don't think Americans are the only ones concerned about suffering, or that Europeans are. I think that people are concerned about suffering because we are all humans. And as humans, we need to respond to other humans who are in need. Thank you very much.
It's a fair closing. I personally
I think I caught that point in. I think I caught that point in the Q&A. He was asked Dinesh sort of seemed to suggest that only Christians are interested in other people's suffering, that people in China aren't, or something. And it's like, you don't think people in China are concerned with others' suffering? That's weird.
It's a weird take. Yes, that may have been related to the Q&A portion. I don't know. I would have tied it back a little bit more firmly, but on the other hand, I'm also a little bit more missionary about the atheism. To use Bart's phrasing for it, I would have been like, we care about each other because we're all we have.
Well, I mean, Bart Ehrman's sort of been shoved into our camp because, I mean, he's agnostic. He doesn't really take a view on it. But because he points out problems in taking the Bible literally, it's kind of the Christians are after him anyway. They just go, oh, well, you're anti-Christian, when in fact he's not. Right? He's just a biblical scholar who admits the problems of the Bible. That's it.
Mm-hmm. Why do we have to give Dinesh the last word?
I don't know, because he started. Did he start? I can't even remember.
I think he did, because he's the positive, such as it is.
Yeah.
In one of his essays, Adam Smith raises the question, what would the reaction be if tomorrow, while we were eating our breakfast, we read about a massive earthquake that had erupted in China? And Adam Smith says that we would immediately emit a massive sigh of compassion, but 10 minutes later, we'd be back to eating our breakfast.
Right, thoughts and prayers.
Yeah.
Which is a way of saying that the human reach of compassion does not normally go very far.
Well, is that the human reach or the European reach or the Christian reach? Like, which compassion? Because there are people who would read about a massive earthquake in China, and immediately start putting together care packages or contact the
Yep.
local Red Cross to see what they can do, or start sending money to Doctors Without Borders. Like, there are
Mhm.
people who will jump into action when they hear about a major disaster. Some people really care. And weirdly, it doesn't seem to be any particular group of people.
Right.
There's some Christians, there's some Muslims, there's, you know, every flavor of human. There's a percentage of the population who have that feeling of compassion and the luxury of position, the privilege, if you will, of having enough that they can give some just to help. And that's one of the most beautiful things about humans, is that when people have the ability to help, some of them do.
Well, and
that's
the
pretty
thing
cool.
that you've got to remember is it goes both ways, because China provides aid to people as well. That's the thing. Like,
Right,
China
right
has
now,
direct
they're-
aid programs, right? Like they
Yeah,
do.
for building
do-
schools, hospitals, and highways and all sorts of shit in Africa.
Well, I don't know about the Belt and Road. That is sort of much more like in line with what they want to achieve, kind of thing. But they do have China aid. They do have sort of care packages for things. You know, like, it's not like they just go, oh, no. It seems to be a universal human thing. And you might argue, oh, America gives a lot more aid. Well, A, not really anymore. And B, no, America is way more wealthy than China is. Like, it's kind of, you know, way more wealthy. So,
For now.
you know, for now, yeah. But you know, like, China does do aid. Let's see. This is AI, so do take it with a grain of salt. But China International Development of Cooperation Agency and the Ministry of Commerce, the aid estimated 3.46 billion in direct state spending. So that is a significant chunk that they're spending on aid for other countries.
Hell yeah. So, like, even the godless commies care about other people.
Apparently so.
Yeah. Weird.
Mm-hmm.
And yet, what makes it go farther is, in fact, the influence of Christianity. The point is not, as humans, we can't identify with suffering. We do when it's observed by us. Even suffering that is not human. If someone were to stomp on a dog right now on this stage, there would be a universal explosion of concern and horror.
Oh yeah, that's true. There's people who would watch people on the other team, whatever that means for them, be stomped, and thoughts and prayers. But if you stomp on a dog, they will all put aside their differences to John Wick your ass, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So if there's a cat, opinion may be more divided. Now, the point is that Jesus acted out of compassion, but as Christians, we are supposed to be Jesus's ambassadors, if you will, in the world. There's really no reason today that there should be famines that have the devastation they do. It is completely within our human control to deal with them. On this point, I think Bart and I are actually in agreement. The point, however, I want to focus on is not so much the reasons for suffering, which we've debated back and forth, but what is the effect of belief in God in dealing with suffering? Particularly, I would call it horrendous suffering. Because the atheist answer to suffering, terrible suffering, suffering that you can't find some, well, in retrospect, that was good for me, explanation. The atheist answer is nothing more than, that's the world the way it is. In a sense, deal with it. Let me try to help, but I have no explanation beyond that. This is the world we have. Enjoy it if we can. The Christian answer, however, is different. There was a group of Indians who came across Mother Teresa in Calcutta, and she was hugging a leper.
Oh, you do not want to go with Mother Teresa.
No, yeah,
But
that's a
also,
bad time.
the atheist answer, such as it is we should make the world better because we live here. You know, like,
Yeah.
well, just take advantage of what we have because that's all there is. No, fuck that nonsense. Like, even the most
Yeah.
selfish assholes understand that making the world better makes it better for them too.
Yes. And it's sort of a straw man kind of thing. It's sort of that, well, my pleasure is the highest goal that we can have, so therefore I'm going to, you know, that's a straw man. There's a lot of different reasons of why people do things. I mean, sure, some people do things out of kindness, altruism, because it feels good. Sure. Other people do it because they see a shared commonality between all humans, like just sort of saying, oh, this is what atheists think. You know, it's interesting on this where Bart Ehrman says, well, if you're a Christian, you know, Christians have varying different views. I wanted to be a Christian that believed on rational and, you know, sort of things like, so take your things rationally. He acknowledges that there are different views on suffering from Christians. This guy just says, oh, all atheists think this.
Yeah.
Really says a lot. It really says a lot about Dinesh that he'll lump everybody into the same rationale and, you know, just lump them all together. They're all the same.
Mm-hmm. And the holy telepathy. He knows what you're thinking, and if you think otherwise, you're just wrong.
Right.
And the Indians sort of looked at her in amazement, and one of them said, I wouldn't do that for all the money in the world. And she replied, I wouldn't either. I'm doing it for the love of Christ. The point being here that belief in God, belief that we are God's creatures in the world, has a very
but the problem is
effect.
that the problem with Mother Teresa is that she basically denied pain relief that was given freely to these people because she believed that the suffering was holy. Unless it came to her suffering, in which she goes over to America. So she denied these people health care and palliative care, like modern medicine. When you say palliative care, if she basically had people tend to them while they died in incredible agony, yet holy suffering, then yeah, there was palliative care. But she denied them modern medicines. But when she got sick, she went over to America for those modern medicines because she didn't want to suffer. So other people's suffering is holy. Her suffering, not so much.
Mm-hmm. Not that even if she decided to let herself suffer, that would have made what she did any less horrendous.
Right.
It would have just been less hypocritical.
Yes, correct.
Motivating acts of goodness, extending those circles of compassion way beyond their narrow normal radius. And I would argue that that has been one of the most positive...
When I think most Christians, some Christians fine. When I think conservative Christians, expanding their compassion, like, you know, outward beyond their narrow focus is not something that comes to mind, Dinesh. How do you feel about trans people? Are you expanding your compassion? Oh, not that direction. Okay. Thanks, Dinesh. Fuck.
Yikes.
And defining features of the civilization historically called Christendom. Now, true, in Europe, Christianity has faded, but in a sense, you might argue that the moral framework of Christianity still remains, at least in residue. One of Nietzsche's most terrifying predictions is that as the world becomes
that's how we explain why Europe has become way less Christian, but hasn't collapsed, you know, into an immoral, sinful place. Oh, yeah, it's left Christianity, but it still has all of the Christian principles. Christianity is still holding it up, even though there's way less Christians there. Or, alternatively, you don't need to be Christian to be a good person and, you know, have pro-social behaviors and create a society, which is really what his problem is, right? You have to have Christianity for the civilization to survive. No, you don't, Dinesh. What's your explanation for Japan still being a place where people are obeying the laws and stuff? What's your explanation there? They were never Christian, my guy. Wow, what a ridiculous statement.
He's very myopic. He only sees the world through his own perspective. It's almost the American thing, right? Like the whole world is contained within the borders of North Dakota to Texas. You know, everything else is outside, and it's the same sort of Christian circular argument sort of thing. Like, he's traveled a lot because he's very rich and he can do that. He knows these other places exist, but they only exist for him while he's there. You know?
Yeah,
it's fucking wild. Similarly,
and his presupposition, because morality comes from God and he presupposes it, then it must be because of Christianity that any of these places have morals. It must be.
We love precept, circularity, dogmatic assertion, all that stuff. So I
Yep.
looked up his views on trans people because I expected him to be negative, but I also kind of half expected him to say something wacky that didn't really make sense.
Fair enough.
Sure did. He finds that trans people is an effort by the left to promote identity socialism.
What
Whatever
the
the
fuck?
fuck that means.
What is identity socialism? What the hell? Look, you can't just make shit up and then claim that it's a thing. I mean, identity socialism?
He believes that it's an effort by the modern left to expand and build a big tent where every minority group can come together and express their grievances as a unified political strategy. Basically,
Isn't that
human
a
rights for
democracy?
all humans is Marxist.
Isn't like people coming together to express their grievances to the government, isn't that democracy? Isn't that like a foundational feature of democracy? What the hell? Oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't aware of the democracy that had only certain right-wing people could express their grievances. Everybody else had to just fuck off. You know, like I wasn't aware that. What the hell?
Well, remember the founding fathers wanted
Oh,
only
wow.
rich white landowners to be
Well,
able
that's
to
true. Yeah, but that wouldn't have been Dinesh.
vote. Right.
Yeah.
It was worth looking up. It's disgusting and horrible, but still pretty fucking funny. Oh, what have I done? I broke it.
Secular.
The only one
something
playing
you look forward
identity
to.
politics is Dinesh. Do you
Mhm.
notice how he's like, oh, the left are using these? No, trans people have been around forever, dude. Like ancient civilizations, there was categories for men that dressed as women, women that dressed, you know, watch Mulan, you complete turd bucket. Like, seriously.
Yeah, I mean the terms are new, but they're
Yeah.
descriptions of human phenomena that are older than all the civilizations. Like he wants to
Yeah,
talk about
so-
Western civilization.
Yeah.
We've been around longer before Rome was founded, bestie.
Yep. And, you know, it's kind of, it's because it's something to do with biology and neurology, not to do with any political thing. So you're just 100% wrong. And neurologists would absolutely disagree with you. All medical experts on the subject would disagree with you, but you don't care. Because somebody from a pulpit said something once, and because you've got a freaking bias, you're believing them over the people that have studied it all their lives. And so I don't know why people listen to this idiot or, you know, Frank Turek on gay people. You know, like, why would you listen to somebody who has no knowledge of the subject? What, because the person that does neurology and gender studies is too educated, maybe?
Too educated,
Like, what
yeah.
the hell? Yeah, too educated.
Well, that is the problem, right? Like
Yeah.
he thinks what he thinks because he starts with this conclusion because he has to have that conclusion in order to continue to believe in the narrative. In this case, the narrative is his right-wing flavor of Christianity. The same is true with Frank. He doesn't care what the experts say because the narrative has to be true. And if experts don't agree with the narrative, Frank outright says this. You start with the Bible. The narrative is true, and the truth of everything else is evaluated based on the narrative. And it's so frustrating, but that's where we are. You know, an entailment of Dinesh's identity socialism is that Black people are a democratic scam or something, you know, like he's got Black people and trans people lumped in together under the same umbrella. And so he's again undermining his own argument by admitting that trans people are exactly as legitimate as Black people being Black. It is biological, you know.
And I'm sure he lumps in, you know, autistic people like me in there. I'm sure he lumps all kinds of people like that. But I don't have to be a minority to know that treating minorities incredibly badly is bad for the entire country, because like those people want a voice to be heard, And if they're not heard, why do you have like taxation without representation? Like that is part of the social contract. We get to express our grievances with the country and with the administration and with the people in charge, because we pay our taxes and follow the law and do what they require of us. It's a trade-off. So if you're going to take that away from those people, like for instance, stop women from voting. A lot of women have turned around and said, well, you're not taxing me then, because no taxation without representation. And I can't fault them for that logic. America was kind of based upon that principle. If you didn't allow people to have a voice and have an influence on their government, you should not be able to take stuff from them. That's it. It's a social contract.
Yeah, that's one of many. But also, I'd like to kindly remind Dinesh that he himself is brown. So
yeah, I think he forgets sometimes. No, look, that might be a little racist. I think he really thinks that JD Vance's wife, right? She was of Indian descent. The white ring conservative Christians will only exclude and discriminate against certain peoples, and it's not him. And I hate to break it to him, but while he's being useful, they may not, but they don't want people like him in the country either. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so Jenny summed it up with, basically.
Yeah, it's pick-me-ism. And I just want to remind everybody out there, especially the cis-het Caucasian flavored folks, you can say the term pick me because it refers to a social phenomenon that includes people like Dinesh. It's not actually sexist to do. That's come up on a couple of videos recently. So I just want to put that out there. It's
the worst one was that
the
worst one is Dave Rubin. He did that surrounded thing recently and got his ass handed to him by just random people. That was the worst because he's a gay guy who thinks that he's going to be accepted into the right-wing conservatives, and if they get into power, he's going to go with them. It's so ridiculous when they sort of say, hey, being gay should be made outlaw and stuff, and he's like, oh, they'll accept me. Well, as long as you're useful,
well,
what do you
also
think
don't
there will be
forget he's very rich, and that buys a lot of leeway.
Dave Rubin?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, I get it buys him a lot of leeway now because that wealth can be put to use. But if they ever get into power where they can decide if being gay would be illegal or not, that is not going to be a factor that they're going to care about at all, right? Like they will just go and implement that law.
Yeah, they'll put the law into effect, but will it affect him? I don't know. Maybe it would, and maybe he'll just go to a different country. And I don't know. Well,
I know.
Sadly, we'll probably get to find out. But
well, I'm sort of basing this upon how sort of these fascist regimes have behaved in the past. For instance, like if you take Hitler during World War II, he was very happy to have the Catholics on board, use them for support, use them to promote his particular ideology. But when they started criticizing him for what he was doing, that's when the knives came out, right? And the Catholics were not spared in the slightest. This happens again and again and again in these very totalitarian regimes. They are very happy to have people on board, but if that person is a danger to the regime, see you later. Like they're not going to stop because you helped them at one point. That's not what they do.
yeah, I don't think they can because of other parts of their narrative. But
yes,
This Christian residue, what he called the shadows of God, would go away. And Christian principles like universal compassion, respect for life, and so on would begin to fray. And I think it's probably no exaggeration for us to look at our world and see that in secular precincts at the margins, that respect is in fact fraying.
No, it isn't.
So,
what are you
at the end of the
talking
day,
about? What?
He's
Has he,
talking
like,
about
watched-
the same disrespect for life that is his thoughts and prayers. Oh, there was an earthquake
Right.
in China. Shrug, you know?
Like
Like
seriously,
that
my guy. Well, he
that's
pointed to
Christian
Europe as
world-based.
saying, "Oh, Christianity declined in Europe." Really? Did their humanitarian stuff decline? No, it didn't. That's the thing. They accept refugees, and you have a big problem with that because they're Muslim, right? So whose compassion for others is declining here? When you go, oh, we're not accepting Muslims into our country, even though they're literally refugees, sometimes from a war your country has started.
Oops.
I don't know how you can claim that. Wild.
The Christian
Mhm.
answer to suffering is to act in the imitation of Christ, to suffer as Christ did in an imitation of Christ's suffering. And in that way, we can join with the atheists in working to make the world a kinder and gentler place. Thank you very much.
I do appreciate him with finishing off by saying that atheists are leading the effort to make the world a kinder and gentler place, and calling upon Christians to join us instead of standing apart and just doing thoughts and prayers. I do appreciate that. I'll give him credit there.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Not actually an answer to the problem
No.
of suffering, though.
No, he failed to address it, in his closing. But I think Bart Ehrman would have been better to actually focus on where the rub of the issue is, where the problem is with what Dinesh says, to how that overcomes the complete three prongs of the problem, the omnipotence, omnibenevolence kind of thing, how it doesn't fit in there. Like if you're saying, hey, this is the only way he could have created humans being created is a good thing, then the suffering that comes along is a good thing. Job done. That's it. And the real question after that, and I mean, this is aside from, hey, it doesn't work with that premise. The real question aside from that, if the suffering is a good thing, then why should we try to alleviate it, right? If you need this suffering to make humans are a good thing to be here. If you're then as a human with your free will, as Dinesh sort of acknowledged humans have free will, if you're trying to reduce suffering, isn't that trying to interfere with the goal that God had by introducing the suffering in the first place? And this is how Mother Teresa came to deny pain-alleviating medicine to needy people. That's how she came to the conclusion. And that's the road it leads you down. Because if you're trying to alleviate the suffering that God has ordained for people, then you're doing the wrong thing, because we need that suffering. That's the problem. And that's the road it will lead you down. And that is absolutely terrible. Oh, and next month I might have a debate on the problem of evil coming up, depending on what happens, which should be interesting. Interesting.
Hey, bonus
with me?
debate.
James?
My internet's being wonky suddenly.
Oh, okay. Oh, I thought it was me.
Kind of.
Okay, who's freezing, chat? Let us know. Who's the culprit? Is it me or is it Ember?
I'm
Inquiring
pretty sure
minds
it's
are
me.
asking. Oh, okay, all right. Well, that makes feel slightly better, but only slightly. I have compassion for your suffering, internet. Won't somebody think of the internet?
I know it just. I have a hardwire connection, and all of a sudden the lights all went out, and then I tried to switch over to Wi-Fi, and then the computer tried to switch back, and then it got all confused, but we seem to be okay now.
Okay, it was confused as
was
Dinesh's
Jesus trying to take the
arguments.
wheel. Yeah.
It was RN Jesus, yes. RN Jesus stepped in.
Oh goodness. Yeah, I would have, if I were Bart, I would have used my specialty to just hammer Dinesh. It was kind of a gesture to just kind of go down whatever winding roads the debate took instead of staying laser focused. But overall, despite whatever criticisms against both debaters, I think it was worth doing because we got to
Yes.
see some cool stuff. We got to explore
Mhm.
some of the tactics that we don't often see, some of the rhetorical positions, to unpack a bunch of the underlying theology and philosophy,
Yeah.
and perhaps most of all, the tangents.
Mhm. Oh yeah, absolutely. And look, I mean, Bart Ehrman, I was nitpicky as I always am, but he did throw in some real, like his cross-examine was really good. He asked some very difficult questions that Dinesh sort of, most of them he didn't even try and answer. He just sort of dodged to one side and sort of said, "Well, no, this is the question," kind of thing. It was interesting.
Yeah,
I think
and
that
and that's a really popular tactic for a lot of apologists. Like if you watch Frank
Mm.
Turek closely, or Greg Koukl, or Tim Barnett, a bunch of these guys, you ask them a direct question, they will take your question and they will, sometimes they're more subtle than others, but they will replace it with one they'd rather
yes,
answer.
it's an
It's
old
not
politician's
every
trick.
question, but a lot of questions.
Have you ever heard of an English show called Yes? I think it was Yes Prime Minister. There was Yes Minister and then Yes Prime Minister when he got. Anyway, it was an old English show, and this like politician is telling this younger civil servant like he answers a question by the media, and he shouldn't have done that kind of thing. And he said, "Well, look, if you're going to answer a question, don't answer the question they ask you. You will answer the question that you want to answer. You say, that's not the real question. The real question is this, and answer an entirely different one of your own." It's an old politician's trick. This was from back in the like 70s or 80s that show was made, right? And it's still applicable today. And I always see it and I always think of that show because, you know, he says, or a better thing is don't answer at all. Just say no comment, you know, like, and I always think of that when a politician goes, well, yeah, that's a really interesting question. I think the bigger issue is this, and then go on to answer a question that was never asked. I always think of that show. So thanks, yes, Prime Minister.
Hell yeah. Yeah, and the reason I mention it is because while we point at it a lot when we're specifically reviewing apologists, especially the more subtle ones, we're saying, look, this is what he's doing, here's where he's doing it, here's how you can spot it. That's really like it, because every video is somebody's first video. It's really important people see that.
Yeah.
But Dinesh is so sloppy and transparent when he does it, it's kind of a useful case study.
Yeah, I mean, it is kind of obvious. I think Dinesh, look, it is kind of obvious, but sometimes he's a lot more sly. I think this one, from being from a long while ago, I think he's probably gotten better at hiding what he's doing. And I think, you know, I really think that he underestimated Bart Ehrman. Like, he probably just thought, oh, he's a biblical scholar. He can't argue the philosophy or anything. No, not true. Bart Ehrman is a very intelligent man. He knows a lot about sort of the problem of evil and all of that kind of stuff. Like, he knows a lot. Don't underestimate him. But when he turned to the Bible, I just went, oh, you are out of your mind. You are out of your mind. Like, seriously, what are you doing?
Yeah, it makes me think of that time. It's just as much as a you stepped directly on the trap card move as that time Whitsitt tried to make claims about the Van de Graaff generator to Vandy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, you done fucked up, bestie.
But I know the ones that Dinesh asked Dr. Ehrman was stuff that he read in his book, kind of thing. So he's kind of quote mining his book and then launching it against the guy that wrote that book. It's like, what are you doing? Like, you said in your book this, and then he explains exactly what he meant in his book. What option do you have? No, you didn't mean that when you wrote it. Like, come on, dude. Like, what are you doing? Like, don't do that. Okay, do not do that. Like, if you are looking for a gotcha by taking quotes out of a book, like, make sure you have a good understanding of what the person meant when they wrote it, because that could happen to you in a debate. You say, oh, well, you know, this person meant it like this. And I have seen that happen. I have seen a Christian apologist. Who was it? I think it might have been, was it T-Rock? I don't remember who it was, but somebody to Dan Stern Cardinal tried to tell him what he meant in his paper, his scientific paper.
Amazing.
Yeah, and it's like, or I can't remember who it was. I really can't. It might have been T-Rock. It might have been one of the other guys. But yeah, like, what are you doing? What are you doing?
It's just it's so funny when people try to explain your own paper to you, but
I've only seen that once before, but it was, I think it was like, it was just unbelievable to see. Like, you'd think any rational person would go, oh, you wrote that, well, what did you mean by it? Not, you're wrong about what you meant when you wrote it. Is just like, seriously, my brain almost blew up. Like, what is happening? But I mean,
tactic too, to like say something so stupid it's infuriating and you lose your cool. And
isn't that like presup 101? Isn't that what presuppositionalists do? Because they'll sit there and say, no, you actually believe in God, you're just denying it in your unrighteousness, and in fact, deep in your heart, you believe in it. Thank you, I win the debate. It's just like, no, I think I know what I believe in, and I don't believe in a God. It's so ridiculous. Like, it is the most ridiculous tactic. That's why I really try to avoid stating what people think. I really try to avoid it, because there's nothing worse than being in a debate and going, oh, you think this, and they disagree with you. Where are you supposed to go from there? No, you're wrong about what you believe in.
Do you believe what I believe?
Yeah. But I enjoyed that. That was good. I enjoyed it. I thought it was a good debate.
Hell yeah. And there's always more where that came from, because
yes.
it's kind of rare we get them done in 2 parts these days, because we are thorough and we like to hang out with our chat and explore our tangents, but also be thorough. But next week, I assume everybody here at this point knows this, but just in case, next week we'll be back over at Mark's, fresh debate, because obviously we finished this one, and hope y'all join us.
Yeah, I hope you do join me. I'll put the link in the chat, because I can. So if you are new, if you do want more of the debate reviews and analysis, there you go. We have fun.
We like fun.
We do like fun.
Where's Justin? Oh, goodness.
Look, he dropped into my chat the other day. I miss that snowbogan. I really do. I really miss him. So yeah, big shout out to Justin out there if you are hanging around and being weird and spying on us. Sure.
Internet's breaking. Anyway, if you're not familiar, the whole I Like Fun thing is from Justin's channel. It's what is it? In Time Canada.
Justin Time.
Justin
something.
Fuck, why can't I? Anyway, he did a series of like reviewing right-wing children's books, and he had Mark on one panel, and I was on a different panel that followed after, and it was like a running thing. So, watch those. They're very good. And then you'll get that, one more joke.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for bringing that up. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, goodness. All right. I think my internet is trying to quit on me, so we better wrap this up. Thank you all so much for joining. As always, it's a delight to see all of you. What's that?
Smite the internet. Smite them good. Hello, can you hear me?
Much smite. Yes.
Much smite.
Hello. Oh, the lack of
Okay,
stability is killing me.
I think we're having
Alrighty,
problems.
folks.
So I
Thank
better
you so
wrap
much
up.
for watching.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alrighty. We'll see y'all next time. Good night, everybody. Thanks to all our patrons and top-level members for July. Miranda, Tux, Ian Chen, Maya Edkison, Robin Webster, Karen Butcher, Ember Lynn, Margie, The Barely Bearable Atheist, Eric Wander, Jason Jacoby, Lil of All Trades, Deviant Outcast, Thriver Scapegoat, Katie Bluebird, Noise Ending, Secular Feelinist, and Alira the Free. And you can add your name here next month by signing up at patreon.com/betterthanember or by joining Emberships here on YouTube at the Cinder level, which also includes all the custom emojis, tons of member-exclusive content, and a bunch of other stuff. I deeply appreciate all the supporters who keep this channel going. Thank you so much. Because of you, we're building a wonderful community that I'm very proud of.